Hello, hello. Good morning. Good morning. Welcome to You Have a Collect Call From. Should be starting up in the next moment or two.
Morning, Mr. Guzman-Gonzalez. Can you hear us, Mr. Guzman-Gonzalez?
Yes.
We're going to go ahead and get started with your case.
Vamos a empezar con su caso, señor Guzmán.
Gracias.
Today we have interpreter Liza Rivera. Yes, please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that you will faithfully discharge according to law your duties as an interpreter to the best of your abilities, so help you God, or upon the penalty of perjury.
I do.
Morning. My name is Officer Shamroy. Today is Wednesday, January 22nd, 2025. This is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning by stating their names on the record. Certified they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Morning, I'm panel member Barry.
Good morning, Robert Sazowskis.
Nancy Turner, good morning.
Buenos días, soy el oficial de Libertad Condicional Shamroy. Hoy es miércoles 22 de enero del 2025 y esta es una audiencia de la Junta de Indultos y Libertad Condicional de Connecticut. Los siguientes miembros de la Junta están presentes esta mañana y al decir sus nombres en el registro certifican haber revisado todos los documentos legalmente requeridos e información pertinente disponible en preparación a esta audiencia.
Sir, please state your name and INMATE number for the record.
Señor, favor decir su nombre y número de confinado para el registro.
Freddy Guzman-Gonzalez, 437-649.
Freddy Guzman-Gonzalez, 437-649.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Freddy Guzman-Gonzalez, inmate number 437-649. He is serving a sentence of 4 years for sale of narcotic substance. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of May 28, 2025. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan. Complete the following programs. Voices currently has a kitchen job. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system. The offender's overall scoring SRT falls within the full range of risk for recidivism. Sir, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you should be granted parole.
Esta audiencia se está llevando a cabo en consideración a la aplicación de libertad condicional de Freddy Guzman-Gonzalez, número 437-649, que le está sirviendo una sentencia de 4 años por venta de sustancias narcóticas. Hasta el día de hoy, los expedientes reflejan una fecha de elegibilidad para libertad condicional del 28 de mayo del 2025. No hay testimonio de víctima en este caso. Hay un plan de responsabilidad para el ofensor, el cual ha sido revisado y demuestra que el ofensor ha completado los siguientes programas, Voices, y actualmente tiene un trabajo en la cocina. Utilizando el sistema colaborativo estatal de evaluación de riesgos del ofensor, SRT cae dentro del rango bajo de riesgo de reincidencia. Esta es su oportunidad para expresarle a la Junta por qué piensa se le debe conceder libertad condicional. Puede comenzar.
No.
Puede comenzar.
Ok, yo considero que pues yo acepté mi delito y en verdad pues yo tengo 4 niños chiquitos que que dependen, hoy en día, pues, dependen de su mamá, porque hoy en día está en su mamá, pero también dependen de mí, porque yo soy el padre y hoy en día no estoy con ellos, pero que yo le pido a la audiencia que yo estoy bien arrepentido del caso que yo cometí y pensando aquí, cuando uno está confinado, se siente confinado uno, cuando uno está confinado, pues uno piensa las cosas positivas y yo tengo que pensar cosas positivas porque yo tengo 4 niños en que pensar, tengo uno de 10, tengo uno de 8, tengo una niña de 5.
Por favor. I want to say that I take responsibility of my crime. I have 4 children that depend on me. They have their mother, but then I also need to be able to provide for them. I regret what happened. Even though you are in prison, you have to think positive. And I have to think about my children. I have 4 of them in total. Continúe.
Y yo sé que pues ellos dependen de mí y de su mamá. Y yo sé que hoy en día pues yo estando en la comunidad pues sería un poquito más suave para la esposa mía porque ella tiene una responsabilidad de 4 niños y yo me siento bastante bien, me siento que Papacito Dios me ha dado la fuerza para que yo me pueda retirar de las cosas negativas y empezar en mis hijos.
My children, they need their parents. Being in the community will help me. It will help my wife because she has a responsibility of providing for the 4 children. I feel good right now, and the Lord has given me the strength to be positive and to keep moving forward. And I have been able to think positive.
Is that it, Mr. Gonzalez?
¿Sería todo, señor González? ¿Sería todo, señor González?
Bueno, lo último que le voy a decir es que como le digo, que gracias por escucharme y gracias por todo y gracias por la oportunidad.
The last thing that I am going to say is thank you for listening to me and thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez, for your statement. So what's going to happen is each of us are going to take an opportunity to ask you questions. When we're done, we'll deliberate and give you our decision, okay?
Gracias por sus comentarios de apertura, señor Guzmán-González. Lo que va a suceder, le vamos a hacer una serie de preguntas y luego de esto vamos a deliberar y dar la decisión en su caso.
Mr. Cybulski will begin with the questions.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
In the police report, it says that on the day you were arrested, you handed the bag of drugs to your co-defendant, and then he brought it over to another car. Do you remember that?
En el reporte de la policía dice que el día de su arresto, usted le dio la bolsa con las drogas a su coacusado y él entonces la llevó hacia el otro vehículo. ¿Es esto correcto?
Repítemelo otra vez, por favor.
En el reporte policíaco, el día que usted fue arrestado, dice que usted le entregó la bolsa con las drogas a su coacusado y este la llevó hacia el otro vehículo. ¿Es esto correcto?
Sí.
Yes.
I was trying to understand your involvement because I read different statements by you, but I appreciate you being honest about what happened.
Estaba tratando de entender cuál fue su envolvimiento en lo que sucedió, ya que leí varias versiones, pero agradezco que usted que haya sido honesto en el día de hoy.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Do you remember taking the Voices program? And can you tell us what you learned from that?
¿Usted recuerda haber tomado el programa de Voices y qué aprendió en este?
Sí, seguro que sí. Ujú.
Yes, I do remember.
Can you tell us what you learned during that program?
¿Nos podría decir que usted aprendió en ese programa?
Seguro que aprendí que uno cuando está, uno no puede estar negativo en la calle por la sencilla razón que la droga y el alcohol transforman a las personas y no tienen conocimiento del uso de uno, ¿me entiendes? Uno cuando uno está en la droga y en el alcohol, la vida es muy diferente y son muchas consecuencias. Las consecuencias que no.
I was able to learn that drugs and alcohol are bad for people. When you are under the influence of drugs, it changes your life and it brings a lot of consequences in your life.
Do you remember hearing about how drugs in the community affect other people? You know, the drugs that you supplied are going to be sold to other people and cause problems in their life. Do you understand that?
¿Usted ha escuchado o entiende que cuando se venden drogas afuera de la comunidad, esto afecta a las demás personas? Estas personas van a comprar estas drogas y van a terminar afectando a otros.
Y es verdad, tiene razón.
Yes, you are right about that.
How do you think you've changed during your incarceration?
¿Cómo usted piensa que usted ha cambiado durante este periodo que ha estado en prisión?
Primero que nada, pues, la verdad, estoy bien vergonzoso con la sencilla razón, especialmente con mi familia, con mi esposa, porque le fallé a mi familia, pero por eso, al yo fallarle a mi familia, pues estoy bien arrepentido de eso, de verdad, de faltarle así el respeto a mi familia y a las personas que me quieren. Y he aprendido que tengo que valorizar a las personas, valorizar a las personas por lo que son, ¿entienden?
I feel embarrassed, especially with my family and my wife. I failed them. I regret everything that happened, and I feel that I disrespected them for what I did. Not only them, but other people as well. And I have to learn how to value others better this time.
Have you had any contact with your co-defendant since you've been incarcerated?
¿Ha tenido algún contacto con su coacusado desde que ha estado en prisión?
No.
Is he a relative? Is he a relative of yours?
¿Está relacionado con usted? ¿Él es algún familiar de usted?
No era familia mío.
No, he's not a relative.
Can you tell us about your job in the kitchen? What do you do there?
¿Nos podría hablar acerca de su trabajo en la cocina? ¿Qué usted hace ahí?
Bueno, en la cocina empecé ayudante de cocinero y después de ayudante de cocinero, después me movieron para limpiando las bandejas, después me cambiaron a limpiando las mesas y hoy en día pues hace como 9 meses atrás, pues está permanente ahora, soy el que brillo el piso del comedor, el que limpio las mesas en el comedor, soy encargado de esa área ahora mismo.
First, when I started, I was a helper of the cook. Then I was moved to clean the trays and dishes. Then I was moved to clean the tables, and then it's been 9 months now that I was moved again, and I am permanent cleaning, buffing the floors, and I am in charge of all that area.
Can you talk about your release plan and where you want to live and work when you leave your incarceration?
¿Nos podría hablar de cuál es su plan cuando usted salga y dónde piensa vivir cuando salga de prisión?
Yo siempre he trabajado, yo siempre he trabajado, yo siempre he llenado casas en este país, yo siempre he trabajado, a mí siempre me ha gustado trabajar. El día que yo salga, el día que me puedan dar la oportunidad para yo salir a la comunidad, yo tengo trabajo saliendo. Yo tengo trabajo, ¿cómo se dice? En construcción yo tengo trabajo, my family acá de company, por de construcción.
I have always worked in my life. I have always filed my taxes and worked on the books. I like working, and once I am released, I have a job waiting for me in construction.
Okay, it looks like you changed your sponsor, and I'm not sure that your sponsor has been approved yet. So you may have to go to a halfway house in Connecticut. Do you understand that?
Por lo que vemos, usted como que cambió la persona con la que quería salir cuando usted saliera de prisión. Esta persona todavía no ha sido aprobada. ¿Usted entiende que a lo mejor es probable que tenga que ir a un halfway house o una media casa en el área de Waterbury primero?
¿Quién? ¿La persona o yo?
Usted, es posible que usted tenga que ir a un halfway house en el área de Waterbury primero.
Bueno, ¿cómo se dice? Si esa es la decisión, yo la acepto. ¿Entiendes?
That's the decision. I am good with it.
Okay. Okay, sir, those are all the questions I have today. I'm going to have my colleagues see if they have any questions for you. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cybulski. So, Mr. Gonzalez, why were you selling these drugs?
Mr. González, ¿por qué usted estaba vendiendo esta droga?
¿Verdad? Pues esto fue, ¿cómo te digo? En verdad, pues yo, el día que sucedió ese día, pues yo sabía, había bulto ahí, pero yo en verdad yo no sabía lo que había ahí. En verdad, ¿me entiendes? En medio, yo me envolvieron ahí, yo fui con ellos, yo fui con el otro compañero, con el otro tipo, y yo estaba sentado ahí cuando me dijo, mira, dame eso, yo se lo di, ¿me entiendes? Pero en verdad yo no sabía lo que había ahí, en verdad, porque yo ni había bulto ni nada. Yo se lo di, me dijo, no, toma el sillón de atrás, y a mí no lo cogió.
To be honest with you, that day that it happened, I was just, I got involved with the other guy. I was sitting there with him. I was told to take the bag, but I didn't even know I wasn't sure what was happening or what was the contents of the bag.
How did you not know what the contents were in the bag, sir?
¿Cómo usted no sabía qué es lo que la bolsa tenía?
Porque yo nunca lo abrí el bulto, el bulto siempre estaba estaba al lado del sillón mío. Yo nunca lo abrí el bulto, Por eso es que yo no sé lo que había ahí, yo nunca lo abrí.
Because I never opened the bag, it was just next to me. I didn't know what was inside of that bag.
So you didn't know that your friends, that they were selling kilos of heroin, the people that you were with?
Usted no sabía que sus amigos o las personas con las que usted estaba estaban vendiendo kilos de heroína.
No, yo pensaba que estaban vendiendo marihuana. Yo
I
no
thought
sabía
that they
que...
were selling marijuana.
Okay. So Mr. Gonzalez, what we are doing here today is an exercise to see whether you can accept responsibility for your actions. And in accepting responsibility for your actions, it's really important that you be honest. Because all of the documents that we have read in preparation for today identify you as one of the key players of this whole drug ring.
Mr. González, lo que nosotros estamos haciendo en el día de hoy es ver si usted acepta responsabilidad por sus acciones. Aceptar responsabilidad por sus acciones es realmente importante y es importante que usted sea honesto. Todos los documentos que nosotros hemos leído lo han identificado a usted como una persona que tuvo un rol en esta situación.
So it's still your position that all you did was leave the bag in the front seat or hand the bag over?
Entonces, diciéndole esto, usted aún así dice que usted lo único que hizo fue entregar esa bolsa o ese bulto a la otra persona.
Y yo le entregué el bulto, o estaba ahí mismo en el sillón, yo le estoy diciendo la verdad. Yo estaba sentado en el sillón y yo se lo di.
I'm telling the truth. All I did was bring the bag that was next to me.
Okay. Thank you. Ms. Turner?
So, Mr. Guzman, you and your co-defendant hired a Lyft driver in Pennsylvania to drive you to Connecticut. Why did you think you were coming to Connecticut?
Mr. Guzmán, usted y su coacusado contrataron a una persona de Lyft para que lo llevaran a Connecticut. ¿Para qué usted venía a Connecticut?
Supuestamente, nosotros íbamos para Connecticut a llevar supuestamente eran unas libras de marihuana.
Supposedly, we was coming to Connecticut because it was to bring a pound of marijuana.
Did you get paid for this drug sales?
¿A usted le pagaron por esta venta de droga?
Sí, me ofrecieron, sí. Sí, me ofrecieron.
Yes, they offered me money.
How much?
¿Cuánto?
$2,000 pesos.
$2,000.
Where do your kids live, sir? The 4 minors?
¿Habían menores?
No. Ahí no había menores, no. No había, eran ella, yo y otra persona, y el otro, y la otra persona.
There were no minors. It was just me and the other person.
Where do your children live?
¿Dónde vivían sus hijos?
En Pensilvania.
Pennsylvania.
I'm sorry?
Pensilvania.
Pennsylvania. Where is this construction job you're talking about going to?
¿Dónde está el trabajo de construcción que usted nos está hablando?
Nosotros trabajamos en Pensilvania, New Jersey, Nueva York. Nosotros trabajamos en todos esos estados. Nueva York, New Jersey, Pensilvania.
It's usually between the states of Pennsylvania, New York, New Jersey.
So why would you choose a halfway house in Waterbury?
¿Por qué entonces usted escogió un halfway house o una media casa en el área de Waterbury?
Porque a mí me estaban diciendo, pues yo nunca he estado confinado aquí, y a mí me dijeron que yo tenía que coger aquí en el estado de Connecticut porque yo no la puedo pedir para el estado de Nueva York, me dijeron a mí. No sé si estoy correcto.
Because I have never been in prison here in Connecticut, and they told me that I had to choose Connecticut, that I couldn't choose New York.
I'm trying to understand why you wouldn't choose a halfway house location closer to New York, like Bridgeport. Why would you choose Waterbury? It's nowhere near New York.
Lo que estoy tratando de entender es por qué usted no escogió un halfway house que sea más cercano al área de New York, por ejemplo, como Bridgeport.
Ah, pues si me mandan un país mejor todavía, yo necesito alguna cosa cerca, exacto, tienes razón.
That would be better. I need somewhere that is closer to that area. You are totally right.
So you were living with your wife in New York. What were you doing in Pennsylvania?
Yo,
Usted estaba viviendo con su esposa en New York. ¿Qué usted estaba haciendo en Pennsylvania?
no, yo vi, cuando sucedió este caso, yo viví en Pensilvania. Yo
When this
viví-
case happened, I was living in Pennsylvania.
You told the parole officer that you were living in the Bronx with your girlfriend.
Ahora sí, ahora yo vivo ahí, ahora sí, porque la esposa mía, antes de yo estar confinado, ella lo mudamos para Nueva York.
Yes, now I am living there because before I came to prison, we moved to the Bronx, New York.
But your kids are in Pennsylvania.
Pero sus hijos están en Pennsylvania.
No, están con mi esposa en Nueva York.
No, they are with my wife in New York.
What drugs did you have on you when you were convicted in New Jersey in 2016?
¿Qué drogas usted tenía con usted cuando usted lo arrestaron en New Jersey en el año 2016?
Me cogieron con marihuana en New Jersey, sí, me cogieron con marihuana y con un poco de cocaína también, con un par de bolsas. Y
I have marijuana and I have some bags of cocaine.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. No more questions.
Thank you. So, Mr. Gonzalez, we don't have any other questions. We're going to deliberate and give you our decision, okay?
Mr. González, no tenemos más preguntas. Vamos a deliberar, darle nuestra decisión, ¿ok?
no escuché bien, ¿me lo puede repetir, por favor? No la escuché muy bien.
Vamos a deliberar ahora, no tenemos más preguntas y le vamos a dar luego la decisión.
Ok, gracias. Gracias.
Mr. Cybulski?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Mr. Guzman-Gonzalez has one charge of sale of narcotics, serving a 4-year flat sentence. And, today he took responsibility for his actions. Says that he regretted what happened, although he does minimize some of his involvement in this, I believe. He raced out low for his risk to recidivate, and he's completed a Voices program, was able to articulate a little bit about what he learned there and what he's learning while working in the kitchen. He has not received any disciplinary reports while he's been incarcerated and does not have a record of failing in the past on probation and parole, as far as I can see. Says he's worked in the past in the construction field. He has an unverified opportunity in this release plan to work construction, which is going to be difficult if he's in a halfway house in Connecticut. So his sponsor in New York has not been able to be verified.
Mr. Cybulski, give us 1 minute so that Ms. Rivera can interpret, please.
Mr. Guzman-Gonzalez fue arrestado por una venta de narcóticos, recibió una sentencia fija de 4 años de prisión. Él tomó responsabilidad por sus acciones, a pesar de que de cierta manera entiendo que minimizó su envolvimiento en esta ofensa. Él tiene un puntaje bajo en riesgo de reincidencia, tomó el programa de Voices y pudo hablarnos acerca de lo que aprendió en este programa y también habló de de su trabajo en la cocina. Él no tiene ningún reporte de disciplina, no tiene un récord pasado de felonías, él tiene un trabajo en construcción. Lo único es que entiendo que esto sería un poco difícil estando en un halfway house en Connecticut. Su patrocinador todavía no ha podido ser verificado.
Yeah. So, although this was a very serious crime because of the quantity, I would say, of the narcotics involved in this, based on all of the facts I had stated, I would be in support of granting his parole today.
Thank you. Ms. Turner?
I agree.
Esto es una ofensa muy seria debido a la cantidad de narcóticos que fueron incautados, pero basado en lo que expliqué anteriormente, estaría dispuesta a darle una oportunidad en el día de hoy.
I have no co-defendant halfway house in New York. Anything else?
No, ma'am.
With regard to Freddy Guzman-Gonzalez, 437-649, I move to grant discretionary parole on or after May 28, 2025, which is his earliest eligibility date, with the following conditions in addition to the standard parole condition. You are to have no contact with your co-defendant, Ray Rodriguez Molina. You will be released to a halfway house, and we will add the New York parole to New York, if his sponsor is approved. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All right, Mr. Mr. Gonzalez.
En el caso de Freddy Guzmán-Gonzalez, número 437-649, hacemos una moción para otorgarle su salida bajo libertad condicional en o después de su fecha más cercana del 28 de mayo del 2025 con las siguientes condiciones. Además de las condiciones generales de libertad condicional, no contacto con el coacusado Rey Rodríguez Molina, ubicación en halfway house o media casa, y libertad condicional al estado de New York si su patrocinador es aprobado.
Okay, you're all set.
Sería todo.
No escuché bien, no, ¿me lo puedes repetir, por favor, antes que te vaya? ¿Me lo puedes repetir? Porque no escuché bien, perdona.
But if I can repeat because he cannot listen.
Okay.
Pero en el caso de Freddy Guzmán-Gonzalez, número 437-649, hacemos una moción para otorgarle su salida bajo libertad condicional en su fecha, en o después de su fecha más cercana del 28 de mayo del 2025, con las siguientes condiciones. En adición a las condiciones generales de libertad condicional, no contacto con el coacusado Rey Rodríguez Molina, ubicación en halfway house o media casa, y libertad condicional al estado de New York en cuanto su patrocinador sea aprobado.
Ok, gracias. Thank you.
You're welcome.
This concludes the hearing for Freddy Guzman-Gonzalez, inmate number 437-649.
Esto concluye la audiencia de Freddy Guzmán-Gonzalez, número 437-649.
You're all set, sir. Thank you.
Sería todo, señor.
Ok, gracias. Buen día.
Two.
Anybody in particular, guys?
We'll take him as you want to give him. He was
Okay.
basically the only guy that we wanted to get taken care of first thing.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Morning.
Lauren Butler will be right with you.
Sir, if you have a statement, have it out and ready to read.
Butler, how's the volume in there? Can you hear all right?
Yes, sir. It's pretty good.
All right, we'll be right with it.
No. Can I ask you a question, Sharon?
What's up?
You know, I sent the letter in. Do you still want me to read it? Or you said
No.
No,
Okay.
no, if you gave it to me to give to the panel, then they've already read it.
Got you, understandable.
Right.
All right.
Good morning. Good morning. How is everybody doing today? Welcome to You Have a Collect Call From. Let me see. It looks like I just got here in time. Let me pull up the next individual's information. And I see there's 18 of you. Highly appreciated. If you haven't done so, if you could please do so, hit the thumbs up button to get us in the algorithm. Our numbers have been going up, which is definitely exciting. All right. This might be Butler here. If it is, we'll have that ready. And I'm going to go ahead and start up the TikTok stream, if you will.
All right, Mr. Butler, we're going to go ahead and get started with your case. Good morning. My name is Paroles, Chairman. Today is Wednesday, January 22nd, 2025. This is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Hartford Paroles. Following board members are present this morning by stating their names on the record, certified they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Morning, I'm Panel Member Berry.
Good morning, Robert Sazowski.
Nancy Turner.
Sir, please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Tylon Butler, 324292.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Tylon Butler, inmate number 324292. He's serving a sentence of 30 months for possession with intent to sell or dispense narcotics and illegal possession of a weapon in a motor vehicle. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of June 4th, 2025. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. Has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed the following programs. Tier 2, good intentions, bad choices, and received his GED. Utilizing a statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score in the SRT falls within a moderate range of risk for recidivism. Sir, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
I feel like I should be granted parole. First of all, thank you for allowing me this opportunity. I feel like coming into with this sentence, I understood and I completed the mission. I understood the mission. You know, coming in, I really focused on me. I really focused on getting myself together and taking accountability from day one. Right? When I first came, I remember coming into this jail and starting school. I started school immediately. I wanted to get my GED. And I remember going to school, and then that first day when I left the school, I was walking back to my dorm, and that's when everything seemed to change. It was like I wasn't in prison anymore. I was just in like a job corps setting where I just had to, use the dormitory as like sleeping quarters. I didn't, and then continue just doing me throughout the day. So I took that and ran with it throughout the whole time I was here. I never involved myself in any like card games, any chess games, anything. It was all, every day was constantly working on me, going to school, and also helping others that's trying to do the same. So after I got my GED, I started tutoring. Or even before I got my GED, I started tutoring. And I was tutoring the other guys that's trying to get their GED as well. And like I said, that's been my whole focus. And it just gave me that new sense of what I want to do when I get out. I always loved to learn. I should have never left high school without my GED, without my high school diploma. It's just a lot of circumstances that changed me from being able to do that. But coming in and having this time now, it really let me focus in and get focused on what I need to do. On top of my oldest son, he had just graduated as well. And then, like I said, I did my programs, and I really tried to take everything I could from those programs, because it's not just about getting those programs. I really wanted the tools so when I get out of here, I don't come back here. I can't be away from my kids any longer, or not any longer, but any more. I can't make any decisions to take me away from my kids moving forward, and that's been my main focus.
Okay. All right. Mr. Butler, I appreciate your opening comments. We do have some questions that we've prepared in preparation for today's hearing, and each of us will take turns asking those questions, and when we're done, we'll deliberate and give you our decision. So I'm going to start with the questions, and my very first question is, if your children were so important to you, why were you out committing these crimes?
Right. That's a good question.
To be honest with you, it was just I was trying my hardest to stay on the right path. I really was. When I had my probation officer when I was out, I was getting job offers left and right. But what they do now is they give you the job offer, they give you an offer letter, and then after they run your background, then they give you a denial letter. It was so much that I even had to get a spreadsheet for my probation officer just to show him all the jobs.
I read that in your opening. I saw the package that you submitted to us, and I read that it said that. But did you ever get recommendations from your probation officer for jobs that hire ex-offenders?
What?
He tried to get me he had me go through programs, which I was already in programs when I came on the re-entry. It was a re-entry.
I'm going to stop you because we're talking specifically about your inability to find employment. And so my question to you was very specific. Did you ask?
Yes.
Did you ask your probation officer for referrals to employees or employers that offer jobs to ex-offenders?
Yes.
And so even from those people, you still receive denial letters?
Correct. It was I'm not sure why, but it was like the FHI, and they had people. I guess you know what? I guess it was
Mr. Butler.
Yes, ma'am.
That's very difficult for me to believe. If you're getting a referral from your probation officer for a job, they have the resources. That's why people receive, supervision after their sentences to help them reintegrate back into society successfully. But you originally started out, you were on transfer parole, and you got out of prison and you received an 18-month sentence for an assault third, where you beat up your girlfriend, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And then you finished that sentence and you started your probation. But as soon as you really start that probation, you were struggling.
Correct.
So when did the problems begin?
You're welcome.
You mean struggling how? As far as
to make better decisions, once you walked out of those prison doors, it says that you were released you committed this. When did you beat up your girlfriend?
It was in the year 2020. The offense date was, I believe, I got arrested October, so I think it was the end of September.
Okay. And then you got an 18-month sentence for that, and so they re-released you in January of 2022 to transfer parole, right?
Correct.
And then what happened?
So again, when I started looking for a job. I started trying. I had got a job offer from FHI. But I believe my problem was I was trying to go higher than entry level. So
you got to start where it's.
I know.
And to be honest, I really do find it very difficult to believe that you were applying for all these jobs, even those referred by your probation officer, and everyone was denying you. I understand that finding employment can be very difficult and challenging for ex-offenders, but there are so many people out there now that will hire people in your position. So I think I'm leaning more towards you were just making poor decisions. You took the easy way out and you wanted that money.
Can I say something?
You absolutely may.
Like I said, my probation officer even started believing that as well, that I wasn't trying. And that's when I took the initiative to do the spreadsheet so I can show him all the offer letters and the denial letters side by side. I went from the $60,000 a year offer all the way down to minimum wage jobs, right? Constantly. And
well, okay. So Mr. Butler, did you try McDonald's?
I tried McDonald's, I tried Burger King.
And McDonald's denied you. Burger King denied you. Dunkin' Donuts denied you. The grocery store, they all denied you.
I didn't do Dunkin' Donuts. I did AutoZone. I was doing.
But we know that we cannot do that going forward. So if employment was your issue, tell me what it is that you're going to do for work when you're released out into the community. So.
Right, I'm going to continue to try to find employment, but now I know that it's the only option, right? I had started my business before, but I can't jump right into that. So now my plan is to just go in for entry level jobs and just work my way up. And once I get into the business,
Sir, what kind of work have you done in the past? Because you have 3 children. I see one is just now 18. But how did you take care of those children in the past? Like, what were you doing?
I was doing a warehouse job prior.
And what happened to that? You couldn't get that job back? No.
And that was, and then I couldn't get that job back because I had risen up in the company so I was like 3rd in charge in the company. And so they would rehire other guys that was entry level. But because I had went up in management, I wasn't able to get back into that company. It was that
I hate when that happens.
Trader Joe, excuse me. Oh, yeah. So and I had worked my way up to the manager of the cooler and cross dock. But when and it was through a temp agency, so they wouldn't allow me to come back there because I had reached management status.
The highest level.
So and
yeah. But the 2 years that you were out in the community, you hadn't been working, right? So were you selling drugs at that time to support yourself?
Don't say that.
No, I didn't start selling drugs until probably that August. After I got out, after I was constantly trying to trying to get a job.
All right. So we talked about the drug part, and we even briefly spoke about your relationship with your girlfriend, and she's still your current girlfriend, right? The one that you beat up because you wanted her to lose the baby.
No. I don't want to lose my baby.
That's all the way back.
But, yes, she's still my girlfriend. She's my fiance.
And I was interested in I know that term of probation was terminated. But were you ever required to participate in domestic violence or anything, intimate partner kind of violence programs out in the community? Did you complete it successfully?
No, I think I forget the program I was in. I was in a program that was video conference. I didn't get to complete that program. Okay. No.
Okay, so that's probably something that we don't want you to be, have intimate partner violence. I see that a couple of your charges were for threatening. Was that the same person?
Yes, it was, yes.
So explain to us how you resolve conflict now between your intimate partners, your girlfriends,
Well, right, as of now, we've been really working on just talking. We've been reading books together. Both of us, like the same books, so that way we can try to be on the same page.
The same page.
We recently read The 5 Languages of Love, and we're just trying to work on each other, so we can be better partners and also better parents.
Right, exactly. And the 3-year-old, is that a boy or a girl?
It's a boy.
And what about the 9-year-old?
All boys.
All boys. Wow. You don't like your sons learning that, you know, so when they're in a relationship, you beat your girlfriend up to make her do what you want. Have you been able to understand why you behaved in that way?
Yes, I have. I have. I felt I did deal with some of those issues that brought me in here, and it was just dealing with those anger issues, right? And then I figured out that a lot of it starts from the ability not to provide, right? So when you not providing is when you're starting to feel less of a man, and and then all the little things that happen start to aggravate you and stuff like that. But I really made a commitment to her that I want to show our kids, along with her kids, a healthy relationship, right? And that's why I didn't choose to leave. I want to really, stand there and really, it might not be easy, but that's what I really want, is to be in the household of my family, and also bring my second youngest under that household as well. I talked to his mother about when I get out, so he can live with me as well, just so I can guide him.
I appreciate what you're saying, Mr. Butler. But, you have a history of domestic violence. You have it in, I see, an assault and battery in Virginia in 2014 that you committed. You have this assault third from 21, the threatening from 21, and some breach of pieces. Like, it's all that repeated kind of behavior. So it's really important, sir, that you figure out how to resolve conflict. Whether you're angry or not, it doesn't give you the right to threaten anyone or put your hands on anyone or belittle anyone because you feel less than. It's all a manipulative kind of, control. It's all about control, honestly.
Good morning.
Yes.
Good morning.
You're absolutely correct. And that's one thing I did notice, like when I did do the domestic violence in Cheshire. I mean, there was a lot of stuff that I didn't even know that was under the umbrella of domestic violence. And, and it really did open my eyes to it, even if it was the arguments and just walking away without really dealing with the issue. I didn't understand that was part of domestic violence as well. But I do, and knowing that I'm able to, I'm a person that I can think, right? I'm able to think and understand. Once I know, sometimes when you don't know, you just don't know. But I know that, okay, let's talk about it. Even if we take a break, let's agree to come back and talk about it later, right? Even if we both need our time now. And that's when I'm committed. I can tell you that I am committed to being in a household where we can deal with conflicts without lashing out. Right. And because I really want my boys to be great men, and it starts with me.
Well, you got to learn how to be a man yourself.
Correct.
And being a man yourself means refraining from participating in illegal activity, accepting a job wherever you can, whatever level it is. You have to provide for your family. You have to provide for your children. And if that means you have to start at minimum wage, there's nothing that I really wouldn't do to support my children. If it meant putting food on the table and I had to go from working this job to McDonald's, guess what? That's what I would do, because that's going to pay my bills. It may not pay all of them, but at least I know my kids will have something to eat. It's not beneath me.
Correct.
Ms. Turner?
So, Mr. Butler, I understand that when you were arrested, you were on your way to buying a car?
Correct.
So you had, what, $4,000 with you?
Correct. I think.
Where'd you get that money?
It was all from selling drugs, man.
Okay. So you were in fact selling drugs?
Correct.
Okay. So they effected a felony motor vehicle stop on you with stop sticks. Why wouldn't you pull over?
To be honest with you, ma'am.
Please.
Please, I mean, and it's not, I want you to understand, I never ran. They put the stop strips out, the stop strips before they put the lights on. And I promise you, Ms. Turner, I'm not here to lie to you, because everything I did, I have accepted it. You know, I came in when it was time for me to come to jail. But that's one thing I can honestly tell you. If you look into the court records as well, that's the only thing that I didn't agree with, because how it happened was they put the stop strips out, and then the police and the cop behind me put his lights on after, because they thought it was a stolen car. They didn't want to give me a chance to run. Right? I never attempted to run. I never.
Well, let's move on, sir, because the police reports indicate something different. So you were, this was 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and you were in West Hartford. Where were you headed to buy a new car?
I was in the process of buying a new car. So I was actually, I took the money back from a car dealership. So I was in the process of going to cash the check that they returned back to me.
I'm gonna be honest with you guys. This time.
Well, the reason that they wanted to stop you is because the license plate reader indicated that the plate hit on a stolen motor vehicle. So this was a rental car you were driving, correct?
Correct.
And you had guns, ammunition, and crack cocaine in the car.
Oh no.
And you just finished telling my colleague that you were doing your hardest to do the right thing. Why did you have a gun?
I was just using a gun. I mean, that gun. There was no rhyme reason to have it, right? But except for trying to make it home at night in case anything happened, right? It was I never even let a gun off. But before, I'm not even saying in this case in my life, but it was
okay.
Just,
so you were on probation for all the domestics that you were found guilty of, and you were driving a stolen motor vehicle in the illegal possession of a loaded handgun that you, as a convicted felon, were prohibited from having.
Yes, ma'am. I wasn't a convicted felon, but it was a qualifying misdemeanor. Yes, ma'am.
With a criminal history that dates back to 2004 and consists of 11 arrests, you're going to argue with me that you weren't prohibited.
I'm not arguing. I mean, that's just what my lawyer told me. That's why I didn't get the criminal possession, because I wasn't a felon. It was just that I had a qualifying misdemeanor. I'm not arguing, ma'am.
By virtue of having committed domestic violence, you're not allowed to possess firearms and ammunition for the rest of your life, sir.
Correct.
And now you have a term on the state's deadly weapon offender registry for what you were doing out in the community. And you know, what we're trying to do is make a decision about whether you're suitable to finish your 30-month sentence out in the community. And we have to make that decision in light of the interests of public safety. And I'm not seeing it. Congratulations on your high school diploma. So now, you know, that's going to open up lots of employment opportunities for you to begin some, you know, jobs at entry-level positions. And I'm sure you've heard that the minimum wage went up again at the start of this year. So it's getting closer to being a livable wage. And I hope at some point you'll make a decision to do the right thing for yourself and for your family. And I just want to add for the record that it was exceptionally disturbing to read about the 2020 assault against your then pregnant girlfriend, who you claim is now your fiance, and the things that you said to her while you were assaulting her. And then to come before us and tell us you need to be out because your kids need you is more than ironic. Thank you, Madam Chair. I have no more questions.
Thank you, Ms. Turner. Mrs. Cybulski?
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Butler, you gestured as if you wanted to say something.
Yes, I do apologize for that 2020 action. It was, and again, I worked really diligently trying to correct that. Right. And only way I can correct it with them is to stay and be a loving support system.
No, sir. Sir, you need to work on yourself, because your anger, what's behind your anger is your jealousy and your insecurity. You need to be working on yourself in order to be a respectful, trustworthy partner in an intimate relationship.
All right. I respect that. And I respect that. And I can say I have a little bit. I can work on it more, definitely.
Okay.
Like I said, and that's part of us reading our books and really going to our counseling, just trying to work on us, man. So,
but Mr. Butler, what I want you to understand is that this is not your first domestic violence relationship. So the problem is really what's going on with you and what you need to work on, that you're using your jealous feelings and your insecurity to try to control your partner so you can feel better. And that'll never work.
But ma'am, the other assault wasn't a domestic, right? This was the first domestic. The other one wasn't a domestic. It was just a fight out in the streets. It wasn't a domestic.
You didn't want your son around your ex-girlfriend's partner, and you told them you're going to shoot them in the face. So that is domestic in nature, sir.
No, I'm sorry. That wasn't what I was talking about. I'm sorry. You're absolutely right.
Okay.
But tell us about that one.
And you hadn't been with her in over 10 years, and you're trying to control her moving on into a new relationship. You got to work on yourself, sir.
Okay. So, Mr. Butler, we're done with our questions. Give us a few minutes to talk about your case, and we will give you our official decision very shortly. Okay. So it appears that, first of all, Mr. Butler rates out as a moderate risk. He has completed the Tier 2 program, Good Intentions, Bad Choices. I see Smart Recovery, and he's currently enrolled in the Second Chance Pell grant program. He obtained his GED, which is great. He refrained from incurring any disciplinary infractions. He does have a plan of being released to his girlfriend that was unfortunately involved in the domestic violence dispute. So I do that as it may, a number of years ago. I'm sorry. What did you say, Ms. Turner?
Sorry to interrupt. It just based on what you were saying, it would necessitate a stipulation of a halfway house.
Right. I believe that Mr. Butler he's serving a flat sentence, and I really do believe that he needs some supervision to reintegrate back into the community, especially since he doesn't really have a solid history of employment, and he has a tendency to make poor decisions in the heat of the moment and in turn when things don't really go his way. I think the heightened level of supervision that parole would provide would help him stay on the straight and narrow. And if he doesn't, if he deviates from that plan, then he would be arrested again and returned to prison. So I believe that he has taken, I would have liked to see him complete the domestic violence program in there, but he does. I would add that as a condition as well, should we decide to release him. So, Ms. Turner.
This is a challenge for me because Mr. Butler wasn't even on probation 3 months when he decided to pick up a gun and start selling drugs. Fortunately, I guess, this is his first gun conviction. But that's incredibly serious. And he's telling us he's not used firearms before. So the fact that he would try to keep himself and his drugs and drug money safe with a gun he doesn't even know how to use makes no sense. But he's taken the good intentions program, so hopefully, he's starting at 38 to think more wisely about the consequences of the choices that he's making out in the community, and is ready to turn things around. Mr. Butler, have you started your winter classes?
No, not yet. They're supposed to start this month, but I got a letter back saying that for some reason I owe Townsend's Community College $240 when I never actually attended or went there. Don't even know where it's at. So that's something I have to iron out as well before I can start.
Okay, but you have taken no other programming at the college level, correct?
No, I just been tutored. I helped tutor this college classes.
Okay. All right. So the fact that he would give up on himself so quickly after starting probation is concerning, and I do believe the higher level of parole supervision is necessary in his case. Very concerning to me that someone with a gun possession charge would have a flat sentence. So I'm willing to grant in the interests of public safety.
Thank you, Ms. Turner. Mr. Cybulski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, so I agree with most of what you said, and I'd also be interested in a more vehicle stipulation to discuss with the both of you based on what happened in this last.
I don't think he has a valid, suspended license since 2008. So we would do a no driving without the pull-ups. Okay, so I have a domestic violence, halfway house, and no driving. Anything else?
That's it.
Those are the three that I have.
Okay. So with regard to Tylon Butler 324292, I move to grant discretionary parole on or after June 4th, 2025, with the following conditions. In addition to the standard parole conditions, you'll participate in domestic violence, treatment in the community. You'll have that you are not to operate a motor vehicle without the parole officer's permission, and you'll be released to a halfway house if your sponsor is not approved. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All right, Mr. Butler, you'll receive all of this in writing. We know you have a sponsor. It has to be checked out by your parole officer. If they think that it's okay for you to live there, then you will. If not, you'll be released to a halfway house.
Okay, thank you.
Good luck, sir.
This concludes the hearing for Tylon Butler, inmate number 324292.
Next. Man, this guy, my mind was all over the place on this guy here. Let me see here. Hey, so I know you guys are saying that on TikTok it's laggy. Yeah, and I do see it on my other phone. It's laggy now. What I'm gonna do is I'm in a moment or two I'm just rebooting this other phone. I'm gonna check if this other phone is better. I'm currently streaming on the iPhone.
The next one.
I'm gonna switch over to a Samsung to check if that's if that helps out.
Yeah, we're good, Locke.
Okay.
Let me see here. This has to do with you being a Lakers fan. What? There's no bueno. All right, I'm gonna switch it over right now. I'm gonna switch over to the phone. So
Lauren
I'll be
Johnson,
back in
right?
2 seconds. All right.
Yes, sir.
Right, you're right with it. You good to go?
Yes, thank you.
All right. All right, Mr. Johnson, we're going to go ahead and get started with your case. All right, my name is Officer Sherman. Today is Wednesday, January 22nd, 2025, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, I'm panel member Barry.
Good morning, Robert Cybulski.
Nancy Turner, good morning.
Sir, please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Marquis Johnson, 300-320.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Marquis Johnson, inmate number 300320. He is serving a sentence of 42 months, followed by 5 years special parole for criminal possession of a firearm, ammunition, or defense weapon, sale of narcotic substance, second offense, violation of probation with the underlying offense of evading responsibility, injury, or property damage, a violation of probation with the underlying offense, engaging police in a pursuit, a violation of probation with the underlying offense is reckless engagement first and interfering with an officer resisting. As of today, ready to reflect the probability date of November 27, 2024. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed the following programs. Tier 2, he currently has a facility trash job. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score in the SRT falls within the high range of risk for recidivism. So this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
I have a letter here I would like to read.
Go ahead, sir. Thank you.
I would like to take this opportunity to thank the Board of Parole for allowing me this opportunity, because I do acknowledge that this is a privilege and not a right. I would also like to take this time to say that since my incarceration, I have taken full responsibility for all my actions and poor decisions. During this time, I've overcome the main barrier to my becoming a better person. That barrier being the negative people and friends that were in my life. I finally took the liberty to listen to my loved ones and figure out ways to improve my way of living. What stood out to me the most was when my 20-year-old daughter, Maya, finally opened up and expressed that me being incarcerated so many times affected her mentally, emotionally, and physically. This is what really made me man up and view life in a different way. This made me realize I was putting my own wants in front of the ones who really mattered. I kept making excuses about being outside to take care of them when the whole time I was pushing them away. Reflecting on it now, I made selfish decisions that led to me being incarcerated. These poor choices removed me from my family's lives on a day-to-day basis and dissipated the lack of regard and respect for the love they have for me and that I have for them. For the last 17 months, I have taken a good, hard look at myself, and I came to the conclusion that I needed to change for my family and for myself. I also need to take the time to apologize to the victims of my poor choices. I used to believe that selling drugs was a victimless crime. I was providing something to people who wanted it. Today, after a great deal of hard work and soul searching, I recognize that there truly are no victimless crimes. The people I sold drugs to were helped down a dark path as I helped them feed their disease. This was wrong. My community suffered due to my actions as I played a part in the scourge of drugs and guns that are rampant in our neighborhoods. My family was harmed by me not being an appropriate role model, and ultimately by my removal from their lives. And society as a whole was diminished by me not being the positive, productive member that I know I have the ability to be. So I can only say that I am sorry for my shameful behavior up to this point, but I can also assure you that I am bound and determined to be a better man, father, and person going forward. Partnering with positive friends and mentors has now allowed me to branch out as well as achieve the growth and development that was necessary to become the man that my family deserves me to be. This has and will continue to help show myself and my loved ones that despite my rocky start and poor decisions, I could be a living example of resilience and perseverance. I would like to take this time out to get a more in-depth explanation for my actions over the past years. My entire life, I've been exposed to nothing but guns, drugs, and violence. My anger issues came at an early age from watching my mom get abused by my dad. By seeing this, it made me set my mind on getting to a place where I could protect my mom. In the midst of that, I got introduced to the street life and became very addicted to the lifestyle. At one point in my life, this was all I wanted to do because I finally had gotten the satisfaction of having my dad scared of me the way he scared my mom. Then I ended up losing two best friends, my brother and the first cousin, all to gun violence. This had a big impact on my life. For once, I was ready to lead a life alone. Cousin was killed bringing his kids to school in the morning. He had to jump out the car so the stray bullets wouldn't hit the kids. He had a 7-month-old baby in the car seat. This made me want to change my lifestyle. My reason for even having a gun on me was because I was scared. I see everyone close to me get hurt or die. And on top of that, I didn't want to become a statistic of my environment. The firearm was to ensure my safety, not to inflict harm on anyone. In our community, those unprotected are often targeted. Many carry guns just to let others know they're capable of protecting themselves. Select few like myself don't want to harm anyone. We just succumb to the pressures of our environment. I now recognize that no matter the reason for my carrying that gun, it only served to perpetuate the epidemic of gun violence plaguing in our neighborhoods. Today, I want to strive to be a part of the solution to that problem rather than a part of the problem itself. Selling drugs brought its own set of problems and safety concerns, safety from sources known and unknown. I thought being able to buy my kids whatever they wanted equated to being the head father figure they deserved. Once again, by being a product of my environment, this was all I saw the fathers around me doing for their children. Now at 38 years old, I believe I've finally become a man. Furthermore, I'm going to be more involved in my children's lives. Speaking of them, I have 3 girls and 2 boys. 2 of them live with me and I co-parent with the other 3. My relationships with their mothers are excellent. I have a 12-year-old and a 13-year-old who are boys, and they're at the age now where my bad decisions are really impacting them in various negative ways. And I need to be there to guide them through daily life and its troubles instead of setting the wrong example for them. Living apart from my family like an outsider looking to the world that all my loved ones are living without me, with their struggles, stumbles, mishaps, and victories, made me realize more than ever that the greatest gift in life is time. Time is one thing that I never take for granted. I will have to work harder to gain what was lost. I understand that the shortest path is not always the best path to take, and that wealth comes in so many different ways and it cannot be measured by currency alone. The punishment of being incarcerated and the mental anguish it has caused me is far too great. I'm currently in the Second Chance Enough program here at Cybulski. Being in this program has allowed me to grow in so many ways. One of the most important lessons I learned in this program is how to be a part of the community. Since I've been in the Second Chance program, I've participated in multiple groups such as Pawns of Kings, Rage, Knowing Your Triggers, Silent Sons, Goals Group, 7 Good Minutes, Deli Dads, and Poetry in Motion. I've also completed a facility-wide program known as Justice Dance Performance Project, Addictive Lifestyle Transition Group. I'm currently in Smart Recovery, CCAR, and I finished Tier 2. All these programs have a common similarity, and they all are geared towards helping me become a better thinker, father, and businessman. Right now, I'm about to read to you what I got out of the programs.
Okay, go ahead. Thank you.
From Rage, in this group, I've learned how to not react with anger, avoid confrontation, and recognize that thinking things through is always going to have a better outcome than reacting off impulse. Knowing your triggers. This program has taught me how to pinpoint my triggers, know how to respond to these triggers, and how not to succumb to these triggers. For me, this program has been a big help. This program was a big help, being that I was so used to being angry all the time. It helped me single out these triggers that were leading up to the anger. Silent Sons. Honestly, this program has helped me realize where a lot of my dysfunction came from. Watching my mom get abused at an early age had me full of anger. Opening up about this in this program after all these years has lifted a big burden off of me. 7 Good Minutes. In this program, I've learned a lot about self-worth and morals. It has shown me that I can take some bad habits and turn them into good ones. Overall, it has put me in the direction of thinking better and making sure I am making the best decisions for my future. Addictive Lifestyle Transition Group. In this group, I am learning how to take heed of the necessary steps and process on how to go about changing my life and lifestyle, how to remove people, places, and things out of my life by setting higher standards and boundaries, also making my old life non-negotiable. In Tier 2, this program I've learned that you do not have to be a drug addict to have an addiction. I've learned that selling drugs is just as bad as doing. Why? Instead of chasing the high, I'm chasing the money and poisoning my community. Smart Recovery. In this program, I'm learning things that are going to help me during my recovery. Basically help me on my path to success. Things like enhancing and maintaining motivation, coping with my urges, managing my thoughts, my feelings, and my behaviors, and most of all, a lifestyle balance. CCAR. I'm currently still in this program right now. It's teaching me how to be a successful recovery coach. In the past, I've been the person keeping addicts addicted, so I'm very familiar with how to handle these situations. Even though you could be a recovery coach for numerous reasons, my main focus is the youth and getting addicts on the right path. I have a younger sibling who recently got addicted to fentanyl, so this class has been a personal favorite of mine. It's not only going to help me, but it's going to help me understand what my brother is going through, how to approach him, and most importantly, how to help him. And Judy Durham, the Justice Dance Performance Project. This was an amazing program. It helped me open up to my kids in ways they never seen me. They finally got a chance to see their father vulnerable and emotional. In the past, I've been so caught up in this tough guy persona that I was showing my kids that I had no emotional bone in my body. So being open to things they had us doing with our kids, with our family and kids, worked for me in ways I was not expecting, especially when my daughter finally opened up to me because she saw this vulnerable side of me. Deli Dad, I've learned that even though I'm incarcerated, being a father does not stop. Even though I'm not there physically, my presence should always be felt. My kids need to know that even though I am away, I still love them. I'm not taking a break from them, and no matter the situation, I'm always going to be there. This program definitely taught me a lot about parenting from inside these walls. Goals group. In this group, I learned how to set up a goal sheet to organize short, medium, long-term goals. It has taught me to make realistic and sustainable goals for future success, because a man without a plan is a man without a future, and a man without a future returns to his past. Financial literacy. I'm currently in this program. Right now, I'm working on 3 concepts to help me become more literate in the financial field. These concepts are: focus on what you can control rather than what you cannot. Think about time differently and achieve something meaningful. If I were granted parole, I would have immediate appointment from the time I'm released. I've been working for Zone 360 LLC for the past year prior to my incarceration. Zone 360 is a water restoration company that specializes in remodeling and excavation. My role within the company is a crew leader, and my purpose is to oversee the other crew members and manage the work site. In conclusion, I would like to again thank the board for this opportunity. During my past incarcerations, I didn't take advantage of the good these programs had to offer me. I figured if I just do what they wanted me to do on my OAP, I'll get granted parole. Little did I know, the reason I was stipulated to them was because I really needed them, and they would help me on my path to success. Speaking of that, E-Dorm and the Second Chance program has been a blessing to me. This group of positive men I'm around every day has helped me develop into this man I didn't even know existed. I told myself if I got accepted into this program, I was going to take full advantage of everything it had to offer me, and little did I know it had a lot. If you're serious about changing your life, this program is a must before you go back into society. Being where I'm at mentally in my life right now, I'm a firm believer that I can be a big help in stopping a lot of the gun violence going on in New Haven. I have gone from living the life I used to live, where a bunch of young boys looked up to me because of the street code we all live by, to being a father of 2 boys who was very concerned about their well-being due to the violence going on in our community right now. Let these kids hear and see me not approve of that lifestyle anymore, and see me living what I'm preaching will speak in volumes. I can show them where I'm at now versus where I was on the path to if I didn't get my act together. I have a positive attitude and desire to approach reentry differently. I understand that I will be judged by my past actions, and only through changed behavior will others see my potential. I just hope that I will be given the opportunity to prove my success for reentry into society. The difference between this time and last time, I have a better mindset. I got the help I needed. I think before I act. And on top of it all, my support system is the greatest it's ever been. Once again, thank you for this opportunity for letting me read this letter.
Thank you very much, Mr. Johnson, for that statement. I did read what you submitted to the board prior to your reading the letter, but I was happy to have you share what you've learned from the programs and what this period of incarceration has taught you. So good job with that opening statement, sir. I must admit, though, that your criminal history, as you stated in your letter, is very so. We have prepared some questions, and you did answer many of them in your opening statement, but we have some additional questions to ask you. So we will start with my colleague, Ms. Turner.
So good morning, Mr. Johnson.
Good morning, Ms. Turner.
Congratulations on the transformation.
Thank you.
It's absolutely necessary, and I have to say, long overdue.
Thank you. I know.
Yeah. I feel for your daughter. You know, your absence, you know, when I look at your history, it spans her whole life. Exactly. And it's almost been continuous criminal justice system involvement. For example, you began a period of probation in January of 2021, and you were arrested within 3 months. You were arrested again in June of 2022. You had a gun on you. It was a stolen firearm. And then again in 2023. So, you know, while you were
Ya te lavaste los dientes, mi niña.
on,
Oh,
you
yeah?
know,
Good job, mama. Buenos días,
you went
mama.
ahead in
Buenos días,
6 months' time and acquired another firearm.
Buenos días, mama.
It's just too much, sir. How many
Ya te
times have
poniste
you
tu
been
watch.
sentenced to the deadly weapon offender registry?
¿Qué es eso?
This would be my third time.
¿A dónde?
Okay. Do you hear that?
Yes.
That's absurd.
Very.
You know, and
En la casa. Oh, mama.
I really hope your commitment to yourself and your family is sincere.
Ponte tu Apple Watch, mama.
Um,
Gracias, mama. Forgot about it. I forgot to turn on
sure
the
how to overcome, you know, the record as documented. You know, we make this decision based on the interests of public safety. And the reality is the best predictor of future behavior is past behavior. And, you know, this is your fourth gun conviction, right?
Yes,
You had
ma'am.
2003, 2007, 2013. And now here we are.
He is with the business.
You know, you were on conditional release for your January 2023 possession of a loaded gun in a motor vehicle. And, you know, you violated those conditions of your release in August. So it just showed you just weren't taking anything seriously. You weren't taking your supervision seriously. You weren't taking the registry seriously or your life seriously. You know, you talked about why in the culture of, you know, selling and, you know, the streets that you were in possession of a firearm. And many of these were stolen and all of them were loaded. And you didn't even know how to handle the firearm. So why would you think you could keep yourself safe with a gun you didn't know how to use?
As you said, I didn't know being where I come from, I just figured I was doing the right thing by just keeping it on me and not keeping myself protected. I wasn't intending to harm anyone. It's just the environment I'm in, the people and negative things I'm around.
Well, it seems like up to this point, Mr. Johnson, you weren't put in the position of making a choice about using the firearm. But if you were wearing it for show, why was it loaded? You know, by virtue of it having ammunition in it, you know, you were willing to discharge a firearm that you didn't know how to operate, had no training with, and that puts public safety at risk because, you know, your ability to hit your target without any training, you know, is minimal. And the fact is that if there are other people around, and you've heard the news stories of bullets going through windows and into properties and people getting killed in their own homes by stray bullets. So that's what makes it so dangerous and so absurd to carry a gun you have no training on how to use. Do you appreciate that as a convicted felon, you're prohibited for the rest of your life from possessing firearms and ammunition?
I don't need to be around no firearms and no ammunition. I just need to be away from it. I don't need to think about no firearms and ammunition at all.
I'm asking you if you understand that our state law prohibits and our federal law prohibits you from having a firearm.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I know that.
All right. But that's been decades now, and you have had no regard for that. So you've had 10 opportunities at community supervision, and you failed 8 of the 10.
10? Damn.
Including periods of special parole. You were returned twice off of prior special parole with new charges. And one time you were returned off of discretionary parole. You know, it's just so much, sir.
But you gotta understand, when you're not mentally there, but you don't know if you're coming or going, you don't care about living and dying. In the process that you're not even thinking about your actions. It just things mentally, you're not there mentally. You don't know no better. This is all I've been around, accustomed to my whole life. I don't know nothing. I don't know nothing else. Nobody ever taught me nothing else. I never had a father. My father neglected me since I was born. I never even met my father. So I never knew which way to go, like, until recently, to get around the positive people I'm around now. And I finally opened up and got a chance.
I'm glad that it's come into your life at this point. It's essential that you change. What do you do for this water restoration company?
We go on people's homes. We renovate their homes after water damages.
Okay. And you know, congratulations on getting us a letter that they are willing to hire you. Is that a full-time position?
Yes, ma'am.
Why were you dealing drugs if you had this job and, you know, you were supporting your family?
For the love of money.
I got the job when I already knew I was coming incarcerated, so I wanted to start my transition before I even got incarcerated to see if I'll be able to do it. Well, I'll be able to change my life and continue to work.
He was just
and
preparing.
It worked out for me. I just needed to put my things in order before I came back out to society.
I'm glad you were able to take the programs that you did, and I appreciate your opening statement, detailed what you took away from each and every one of them. Why would you get a fighting ticket in prison?
When I first came incarcerated, I was already a person I had to keep separate with. They put us in a cell together, and he came up on me and just started swinging on me, and we just got into an altercation.
Well, you made the choice to swing back.
Yeah, after he punched me in the face.
Mm-hmm.
You're just supposed to take it.
So you said that one of the programs, I think it might have been 7 Good Minutes, taught you how to change a bad habit into a good habit.
Yes.
Give me an example.
Far as my trauma and what I've been through, I could show the young generation coming up behind me what not to do instead of doing the things I did, how to go about that a different way.
I'm not sure that's a habit.
Yeah, it was a habit. I'm getting out the habit now. I've been coming back.
Trauma's not a habit. Trauma's an experience. It's, I guess, what you were doing with the trauma, how you were...
Exactly, how I was channeling my trauma.
Okay.
I don't like this lady.
You said you've learned to cope with your urges. Give me a couple of examples of how you cope with urges.
Now I take breathing, I do breathing exercises, I work out, and I call my mentor. Cause like right now, I talk to people, and I like have the urge to do things. I call home, talk to my loved ones, tell them how I'm feeling.
So your addiction is to the streets, to the lifestyle?
Yeah, marijuana. And marijuana.
Okay. And tell me where you're at with the CCAR program. How much more?
I think I got about another month left in it.
And then you're a coach?
And then I'm gonna recover. Now I gotta do I gotta do 2 more. I gotta do professional and facilitator. So altogether, I would say I probably got about like 90 days worth more.
How much?
9 days?
90 days.
90 days. Okay.
I don't like her voice.
Have you had a job there in the facility?
Yes, I do the trash.
Thank you, hold on.
The facility trash twice a day.
That's right. She's grasping for straws.
So, Mr. Johnson, do you have any life goals?
Hell yeah, get out of here.
Do I have any life goals? Of course. I want to be an entrepreneur.
Oh yeah.
I want to be I want to be a
Players
I have a
Club.
mission statement right here. My mission statement is become free. Free from the will of thinking, free from the image I impersonate the majority of my life. I want to become an emotional, loving, compassionate, trustworthy, and most of all, consistent father. I am determined to be successful. I want to be very influential in my city so I can save many generations to come. And above all, I wish to be a humble, law-abiding, and honest, abiding citizen.
He definitely came ready. He did
that
get his
sounds
papers
like
in order.
The legacy that you want to create for yourself to be remembered by. What kinds of things do you want to achieve?
What I really want to achieve, I just want to be there for my kid. I want to be an excellent father. I want to be a hands-on father.
Okay.
I want to show them things that I was never shown.
Did she
I
just
want
say,
them to live a
okay?
life. I want them to show them a life beyond what I've been showing up until this day. I just want to show them I can be great.
I think he might be nervous because I do that whenever I'm interviewed.
Do you
and
have a
stuff.
valid driver's license, Mr. Johnson?
No, man.
Have you ever?
No, man.
Okay.
Outlaw.
So when you talk about being a productive, positive member of society, you need to abide by the rules of our society. That means you don't drive without a license. You don't drive a motor vehicle unless it's registered and insured, right?
Yes. Yes.
And you follow our traffic laws, which include pulling over when the police try to stop you.
Hell no, I'm going
Yes.
GTA 5-star.
Okay.
I got that in my goals. I don't know if
Yes.
Shivor gave you the goals to you. I said I need to obtain my own license and all that due to my,
You know,
Right.
have you started studying for that?
of course. Second chance program offers they offer us a lot, so there's no excuse for us not to be doing nothing. They offer us a whole lot.
What up, Snow?
So how is this period of special parole going to be different than your last?
My thought process is different. I'm changing. I want to change. I'm changing. I have no choice. 38 years old. I can't continue on doing the things I'm doing. It's not going to bring nowhere. I'm going to keep being in front of you, talking to you, trying to explain to you why I should be out. I'm tired of that. I don't want to do that no more.
Well, I would imagine, 20 years is enough to make anybody tired of it. So, you're going to be almost 45. You're going to be finished with a registry at the same time you finish your special parole. So, what is the mindset that you're going to bring to your work with your parole officer?
You said to my work?
With your parole officer, that relationship. What's your mindset? What are you bringing?
I'm bringing great energy. I'm coming to them, showing them all the rip. I mean, I don't mean to use that term, but I'm coming to them, showing them that I'm a changed person. I'm willing to work. I'm willing to show you. I don't want to be, I know I'm going to be judged by my past actions, but I'm really willing to put in the work to get where I need to be, to gain your trust.
Okay. So you're going to build trust with your parole officer. You're going to be transparent?
Of course. I have no choice but to.
Well, you could spend the 5 years running and dodging and avoiding and missing appointments and making up stories. I'm trying to, let's not waste anybody's time. If that's how you're going to go about it, then...
I'm 38 years old. I ain't got time for that. Even when I was on it, I never missed any appointments. I never missed any appointments or gave up any dirty urines or anything. I never did none of that.
You just carried guns. It's, it's absurd. So, right, you need to go into it with the mindset that this is somebody who's part of your support system. that they want you to be successful. They have access to programs and services to help you be successful. And it's somebody you need to talk to when you're starting to feel stressed about providing for your kids, or you're worried about your job and whether you're going to be able to keep it, or you're struggling to find a place to live. Your parole officer is a resource, somebody that you should turn to and honest with.
Yeah, they
That's what I'm trying
basically
to say.
like a recovery coach too.
Yeah, but for life, right?
Mhm.
For all aspects of your life, right?
Exactly.
Okay, well, thank you for talking with me, Mr. Johnson. I have no more questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Turner. Mr. Cybulski?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
So I am just as concerned as my colleague is about your criminal history. It's obvious. You know, it looks as though, you know, nearly every time you've been arrested, you have a handgun. I mean, going through it's almost every time. So it's extremely concerning. One of the things you talked about was people, places, and things. And but when I look at your release plan, you want to go back to the same place, you know, and live in that same situation. I did see it's across town, but can you just talk about that, what that's going to be like, being back in that same environment?
Man can only change if he want to change. Removing people, places, and things out of my life is what's going to help me. I could be in the environment. I got to want to change. Can't nobody make you change. You got to want to change. Just because I'm in the same environment doesn't mean I'm going to go back to what that was, even though I don't want to be in that environment, but I have no choice because this is with my apartment, unless I go to a halfway house or something. Other than that,
Yeah,
I'm 38 years old. Go ahead.
becomes concern. I'm sorry, sir. It just becomes concerning because just the repeated behavior, and now you're going back to a repeated place and with the same people around. Have you talked to any of your co-defendants that are involved in any of these cases? Are you still friends with these people?
No, sir. I told you I remove every negative person, place, and thing around me.
But it's different when you're on the outside. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, have you thought about how that's going to go when you're at the gas station or the grocery store or whatever, and you run into some of these people that you're going to be in the same town? You run into some of the people that you used to be involved with. What's that going to be like?
How you doing? Goodbye.
Okay.
I ain't got time for that. I got people that's depending on me. I got children that's depending on me. I've been going, as she said, my daughter 20 years old. I've been in and out majority of her life. She tired of it. She already expressed it to me. She's done with it. This the last chance I got to show her. She don't want nothing to do with me. I can't mess that up.
So in the past, when you were released from incarceration, did you come out with that same attitude? I mean, because it didn't take long for you to.
In the past, I never had no path to think about changing at all. In the past, it was just.
You went right back to it as soon as you got out.
Yeah, in the past, it was just, like I said, I wasn't up to it. My mind frame was on the same thing. I wasn't mentally there. I was just going up straight to do what I do. I don't know nothing else. This is what I'm going to do. That's it. Didn't care about nothing.
Can I interrupt?
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
I'm looking at a pre-sentence investigation from 2002, Mr. Johnson, when you were 18, and you said, I let the wrong people influence me and I got caught up in this. I'm never going to do this again. So you got to understand that we can be skeptical about what we hear about change because you were talking change at age 18 and you're now 38.
That was a 16-year-old boy talking. You're talking to a 38-year-old man, exactly.
Right, but same thing. You blaming the people around you and saying it's never going to happen again. I'm just pointing it out. There's change and then there's authentic change.
Exactly.
Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Cybulski.
That's okay. Thank you for those comments. So, I mean, those are my biggest concerns. Sir, I recognize the things they've done, and I appreciate your opening statement. And I'm glad to hear that you're able to tell us what you've learned in the programs. And all those things were positive. So regardless of what happens today, I would just encourage you to stay on that positive path. You sound well, you presented well, you sound like, not like the person that I'm reading about here. You know, you sound like somebody different.
I know I know it's horrible. I know I'm a very high risk.
Yeah. So, okay, thank you very much for speaking to me, sir. I'm going to pass it on to my colleagues to see if they have any more questions.
Thank you, Mr. Cybulski. So, Mr. Johnson, I just have one question. So, if you're denied discretionary parole here today, you still have a year and a half left. Tell me what you think that year and a half in the prison is going to look like for you.
What it's going to look like for me? Continue doing what I'm doing, focus on getting better, becoming a better me, finishing up any programs I need to finish, and just achieving the things I need to achieve.
Good. Because I mean, I asked you that because, you know, we've all expressed our concerns about your criminal history. And unfortunately, sir, it looks as if you're going to have to prove to us that you're going to have to put your money where your mouth is. You know what I'm saying? Because you've had other opportunities and you haven't done well. So but while we can acknowledge and appreciate all you've done to turn your life around, sir, I think it's a little too late, but you do have supervision to follow your sentence, and we'll try to set you up so that you can be successful. You can successfully complete those 5 years. All right, give us a few minutes to talk about your case and we'll give you our decision, okay?
All right.
Ms. Turner.
So, Mr. Johnson has quite a history between arrests and convictions and his struggles with supervision in the community, all very concerning, as is the repeated choice to be in the illegal possession of firearms, stolen guns, loaded guns, guns in cars. It's just overwhelming, given the level of violence that we continue to see in communities all over our state. And he does score out high for his risk to reoffend, even though he's 38. I appreciate that Mr. Johnson's come to the realization that he wants better for himself and for his family, that he wants to create a legacy by which he will be remembered, and a positive one. I commend him for the programming that he's participated in, that his behavior has mostly been, without question, though a fighting DR is incredibly serious. I'm glad that he's looking at ways to give back, like through CCAR, and wanting to connect with his children in a way that he didn't have for himself. I understand he has more work to do in the CCAR program, in the Second Chance Society. And I think this year and a half, as you pointed out, Madam Chair, is best spent with him continuing to prepare himself to be successful when he's released to 5 years of special parole and 5 years on the deadly weapon offender registry. So at this point, I will be voting to deny early release.
Thank you, Ms. Turner. Mr. Cybulski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I agree with everything my colleague has stated. I also just want to reiterate that, he did provide a good opening statement, and I am impressed with the work that he's putting in. And, I hear in his voice that he wants to change and do better. And but this criminal history is just very difficult to get by. And in fact, he's on probation when some of these things occurred, and not for long. Is very concerning. So I'm hoping that he can continue to keep doing positive things while he's incarcerated. There may be an opportunity for him at some point down the road to evaluate for a halfway house through DOC. That's going to be up to them to kind of sort through. But if he stays on a positive path, I think when he's ready for his parole time, he can use that guidance and at that time and be successful and do the things that he wants to do. But for today, it's a denial for me.
Thank you, Mr. Cybulski. I would acknowledge that Mr. Johnson has in fact changed. I think that he has really been putting forth the effort to show us that he has changed. And I really do hope that he continues, as everyone has stated here, on this positive path. Like, I really would love to say, give him an opportunity out in the community, but it's, you know, it's just too much of a risk for us to take that chance, given his past behaviors. And I'm Mr. Johnson, honestly, I'm proud of you. I'm proud of the work that you're doing. I'm proud of the person that you are trying to become, but I'm really hoping that you can see things from our perspective in terms of what we're challenged with doing here. So I too would not support the role today. And for stipulation, I have no driving and no co-defendant. I'm not sure if you all have anything additional for the stipulations.
No, just criminal history and offense on probation.
Okay. So with regard to Marquis Johnson, 300-320, I move to deny discretionary parole based on his criminal history and his offense being committed while on probation. It's our understanding that he has 5 years of special parole to follow a sentence to which the following conditions will apply. In addition to the standard parole conditions, he's to have no contact with Trevon Highsmith, his co-defendant, and he's not to operate a motor vehicle without the parole officer's permission. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All right. So, Mr. Johnson, you will finish the sentence in the facility. We have set your parole conditions for you. Thank you for all that you submitted for us to review, and keep that stuff for yourself so you can stay on the right path. Good luck to you, sir.
All right.
Good luck. This concludes the hearing for Marquis Johnson, inmate number 30020.
Madam Chair, may I take a comfort break?
That's perfectly fine. We're going to go on recess for about 5 minutes.
Five minutes. Yeah, you can still go sit there. Okay. In bed.
We'll be right with you, sir.
Yes.
Reclass from all areas in preparation for trial. Reclass from all areas in preparation for trial.
How you doing, Mr. Doan?
Good, thank you.
All right, we're gonna go ahead and get started with your case.
Say again, sir?
We're gonna go ahead and get started with your case.
Yes, sir.
Morning, my name is Officer Shamrock. Today is Wednesday, January 22nd, 2025, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. Following board members are present this morning by stating their names on the record, certifying they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, I'm panel member Barry.
Good morning, Robert Cybulski.
Nancy Turner, good morning.
Sir, please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Cong, Doan, 386-888.
Hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Cong Doan, inmate number 386-888. He's serving a sentence of 16 years followed by 5-year special parole for home invasion, 2 counts kidnapping first. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of June 19, 2025. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. Has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed the following programs: anger management, voices, basic fatherhood, and carpentry 1. Utilizing a statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score on the RT falls within the low range of risk for recidivism. So this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for this opportunity to come before you. I just want a chance to express my to the victims and my family that for all the things I did. I can't make things right for what I did in the past, but it bears on me every day, and I try to do everything I can with that in mind to do no more harm each day. So I'm hoping that, you know, my time in here and what I've done, you can see I won't make a mistake again to ever come back to this place. I'll remember every moment of here. I hope the victims can forgive me one day. But if they can't, I hope that they can understand I'm going to do everything I can to make things as good as I can for everybody else. That's it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Doan, for that opening statement. We have prepared some questions in preparation for today's hearing. And after reviewing your file, each of us will take an opportunity to ask those questions. When we're done, we'll deliberate and give you our decision, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Cybulski, we'll start with the questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hello, sir.
Good day.
You know, this is all very concerning, obviously, reading through this whole entire incident. And, you know, just trying to understand, because, you know, what happened and how you got to this place. But can you just explain to us in your own words what happened on this day and what was going on in your mind?
My mind was just out of the ordinary. It wasn't thinking properly. That's the problem I had, was I was trying to do too much and trying to do, you know, taking care of stuff instead of asking for help. I went there thinking that I was going to do in the wrong way anyways, an insurance fraud. When the person said no, something inside me snapped. I said, I try to do everything in this world for people. This one time I need help. They had all the right to say no. I just, at that moment, I couldn't understand why. You know? And it took me a long time now to understand everything I did that day was wrong. You know, I should have stepped away. I should have just asked for help when I needed help. But I took the wrong path, and it led to a lot of people being hurt. It changed the lives of the victims, which I should never have done. No, my actions should never affect somebody's life in the negative, and it did that day. It not just them, but my whole family, everybody who cared about me. And I live with that every single day, thinking about that. So I don't know how to explain, you know, why I did it. I just think that moment just snapped, and I tried to backtrack, and I didn't know how to backtrack anymore. I kept going forward, and now I sit back and think about, you know,
having the time, sitting in prison, being away from people I cared about, being, really gave me a chance to really look at myself. And I'm not gung-ho. I'm not as smart as I thought I was. I couldn't do things without help. But at that moment, I thought I could. I thought I could take care of things by myself. And now, hindsight's 2020. It's easy to say that. But like I said, I hope never, ever, 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 ever to do any more harm to anybody.
These people are permanently affected by this. It's not going to go away.
Yes, sir.
You did work at their home previously, right? Is that how you knew these people?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay, so you've done work at other homes too. You were a carpenter, right? By trade, you know how to do carpentry work?
Yes, sir, flooring. I did a lot of.
So why out of all of your customers, why did you choose these people?
Once again, I thought I was going to, they had the means to help me. I needed $20,000 to pay back my girlfriend's family. I could have asked my parents for it. Would have been a lot of yelling, would have been a lot of screaming, but they would have helped me. I just thought this was the thing I needed to do, and I pay them back. They call my insurance company, or they call their homeowners and say, I did fraud. Once again, the thinking was wrong. The thinking from the very beginning was wrong. But when it just snapped, and I can't get myself to that position ever again.
Yeah. So what I'm hearing is that, it sounds like because you were working at their house, you recognize that these people had the financial means to probably provide you the money, and that's why you selected them.
Yes, sir.
Right. Had you ever thought of doing something like this before?
Never, sir.
You ever
Never.
stolen money? You ever stolen money or hurt people in the past?
No, sir. I did some worthless checks when I was in the military. That was just bad, stupid financial thing. They gave me probation 3 years. I did it. I paid them all off in a little over a year, and they expunged the case. That was about the worst things I've ever done prior to this.
Okay. What was your job in the military? What kind of work did you do there?
I was Signal Corps, 31 Foxtrot.
Do you operate in radios or satellites, that kind of thing?
I did the nodes it was signal between one unit and the next unit. I was usually stuck with the brigade. My units usually, my operator system usually with the, I was with the land.
Okay. You speak more than one language?
Yes, I speak Vietnamese fluently.
Okay. I'm going to continue on with the questions, sir. But during the time you've been incarcerated, have you had a job in there?
I've had a job on every occasion except this one. I just got hired for infield grounds right now. But for the 5 months prior to that, I volunteered with the paint crew to help paint the mural in the visiting room. So I always stay busy.
So do those things that you're talking about, the grounds and the waiting room, does that require an outside clearance?
Yes, sir.
Do you have that? You have an outside clearance?
Yes, sir, I do.
I read that you want to move to Wisconsin. Can you just talk about that scenario, what that's going to be like when you're released?
I think that's the most optimal thing for me to be at, be close to family. My sister has a motel that she wants to renovate. I have the skill sets to help her with that. I want to pay her back for all the things she's done for me since I've been down, taking care of my girls, always being there for me financially and emotionally. I want to be able to give back to them. But secondly, it helps me because it's a small community. It's quiet. It'll get me where that's my lifestyle before. So I'll be better there than any other place.
Okay, so, but you're not gonna, sister's not gonna be your sponsor, you're gonna live with your parents, is that right?
Yes. Well, it's my sister's home, but I'm going to be living with my parents.
Okay. But your sister's had some trouble in the past with the law also, is that right?
I don't believe so.
No? Okay.
No.
I don't know, I read through, I thought there was some situation with your sister.
No, I don't believe so.
Okay, yeah. How do you think you've changed? You've been incarcerated for a while now. How do you feel different now from when you entered into the facility?
I actually can say that I didn't find anything different. I actually found myself, that I went back to who my parents taught me to be. I got a slower paced life. The things that they taught me, that the values they taught me resonates more now that I see. The things I teach my kids, my girls, resonates more. All the hustle and bustle, the fast paced life doesn't intrigue me. So I didn't change in a way that I can describe it. I changed back to who I was or who I should have been. And that helped me a lot to really center myself.
Right. You talked about your family and your children. Where are they? What state are they in?
I have one in California. My eldest is in New York City, and my youngest is now in Louisiana.
So you have 3 children?
Yes, sir.
And this is from 3 different women,
No, all same mom.
but they live in 3 different places.
But they're all older now. My oldest is 28, so she changed jobs from California to New York.
Okay.
The youngest stayed with her mom when I got incarcerated. The 2 eldest went with my sisters to take care of. So my youngest wanted to stay with her mom, and she's been down there since then. I'm hoping to know that she come up and be with me up there. But it's a small town for a 21-year-old. It's going to be, it's going to be a chore to get her up there.
So do you talk to them on the phone? You talk to your family on the phone?
Yes, sir. I talk to my kids. At least they're always busy. My eldest especially is busy, but I keep in kind of communication with them all the time through my middle daughter. She's the one that picks up the phone every single time I call. There's no ifs, ands, or buts.
So do you have any family or friends in Connecticut still, or no? There's no one here.
I have friends, but nobody here that is a, I have friends that are supporting me, but my best bet is in Wisconsin,
Okay.
close to my family.
Does anyone ever come to visit you?
They came once or twice. There was a lot of crying, so we kind of nixed that right away.
Okay.
I just didn't want them to have to go through this every single time. Our phone conversations are great, so, and it's a distance for them to get it here from before they were in Wisconsin, then California. It was just a distance for them to get here.
Yeah. So I see that you took your management class. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir, I do.
Can you tell us what you took away from that, what you learned, and how, what tools you gathered that might help you?
Well, I found out that I'm a stuffer. I stuff my feelings down deep, and then when it explodes really bad. So now I've changed that into where I don't get angry very easily in the first place. My fuse is really long, but now the one thing I've always been hesitant about is arguments. I don't like arguments, but now I can talk to somebody. the situation you resolve right there, that's great. If it doesn't, it's over. I just don't leave it inside me anymore. But I didn't realize I was a stuffer before. I stuffed all my feelings down. Nowadays, I just don't do that anymore. It's not productive.
Okay. What about the Voices program? Do you remember that? Can you talk about it a little bit?
Voices was one of the best ones I took away. We got a chance to do some role playing, and it really opened up my mind, not just the thinking about the harm that you do, but it's the long-term harm that we really don't think about, you know. That's why it resonates every day. That thought process, that moment runs through my head every single day. That's why it kind of dictates my every single day. Because I remember the harm I did, not just the moment of the harm, but the long-term harm. So I try to leave each day trying to help somebody better themselves. In a way, I'm selfish because that helps me. Helping them helps me.
So you have 3 children. I mean, have you thought about if something like this had ever happened to your child? There was a child involved in this.
Yes, like I said, it resonates every single day. Every moment of these things comes back to me. I don't want anything to happen to anyone. No, if I don't want it on my kids, why would I want this to happen to anyone else? So, yeah, it's something that I think about all the time. It's not something that I just brush off to the side. It controls my days.
So when I read through, the report and the statements and some of the documentation, it sounded like you were torn a little bit. You had gone in and out of the house a couple of times prior to finally, to doing something. What was going through your mind at that? You went in and then came out, went back in, went out, came back in. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do. I didn't want to ask for help. So once again, the stubbornness inside me is just, I don't want to do, I thought I could take care of it, but I didn't want to take care of it. I really wasn't expecting anyone to be home that day, because I had come the day before at 2 o'clock, I said, this one time, if no one's there, I'm going home. I'm going down to my dad's. Now, if no one's there, once you answer the phone, the door, it kind of threw me back. And I don't know, we had talked about this in groups and stuff like that. And I think a part of me just didn't want them to be there. So I didn't have to go through with anything and just then leave. But it did happen. And I can't take that back now. I know I did go through with what I had to do, and it just was stupid. There was no need for that. There was so many other alternatives, or so many other means that could have taken care of stuff. And
yeah, it sounds like the victim, through probably just mere survival mode, talked you into going to the bank. From what I can gather, you wanted to stay at the house. What were your plans when the rest of her family came home? What were you going to do? If you stayed?
I didn't really have a plan. That's the problem. I just thought I needed the money. That was it. I really didn't mean. Now, in the end, the result was exactly the same. I was going to lose the other side of of her kids and her. So the thinking was just not there. And it's just, once again, things that I should not even think about, I did.
So, this was, it's a struggle. Reading this is a struggle for me. It's very difficult. It's a terrible, violent, life-changing crime and experience these people had to endure.
Sure.
What can you say to us, that you're not going to make these kind of poor decisions again? How can you say that to us?
I've gotten support. I've been able to open myself up now that I couldn't do before. Now, all that gung-ho, I can do it myself thing is gone. It humbled me. The whole incident humbled me. And I don't need things like I did. I won't put myself in a position like that. Right now, I have a philosophy. If I have an idea that I think is good, whatever I think I want to do, I ask people that I trust. If 2 people tell me that I'm doing wrong or that my thinking is wrong, I stop. If 3 people tell me that I have a good idea, then I continue with my idea and continue to do what I do. But that is my thinking process now. I don't have to do it on my own anymore. I have people that I trust, and I didn't think I needed it before. I had my circle, my girl, my kids, and that's all I needed. But in reality, I need friends. I need support system. I need things that I didn't have before. And that's the only way that it's going to keep me out of trouble all the time, is making sure I stay with the people I trust.
Well, having support from your friends and family that you can count on is certainly something that's important, you know? So, sure, those are all the questions I have right now. I'm going to pass along to my colleagues, and I'm going to listen to their questions and your answers from them. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. So, Mr. Doan, okay, so there appears to be, I guess, some discrepancies in what you've been saying to my colleague in your discussion and versus the original or the official documents that were reviewed. It's my understanding that you asked the victim, you told the victim that your car broke down when she opened the door the first time?
Yes, ma'am.
And you asked to use the phone, and then, so you had 3 opportunities, in my opinion, to walk away from this and
Yes,
not
ma'am.
harm this victim. You said just when you were speaking to him that you were hoping that they weren't there. So when she opened the door and you left, you had an opportunity to really not go through with this.
Yes, ma'am.
And it was on the 3rd time that you got the courage to walk in there and attack her. What made you think that she would not listen to your demands without your having to physically hurt her?
I could have walked away. I should have walked away. And that's the thing. I definitely should have walked away, but I didn't. And that's what hurts the most.
Yeah. Well, no, I mean, honestly, and I have to be honest that I'm sick of hearing how this has impacted you. Honestly, I don't, you know, you're being hurt and all those things. While I can sympathize with that, you know, our entire system would change because of home invasions. You know, you choked this lady so viciously that she had swelling to her neck. Her eyes were bludgeon red because you cut off her airflow.
Damn.
And had you killed her, we wouldn't even be having this conversation.
Yes, ma'am.
And while I can appreciate all the efforts that you've made, sir, towards changing your life and turning this whole thing around, you know, you received the commutation. And it reduced your sentence from 20 years to 4 years. To 16 years.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
so you received some sort of, I guess, validation for your, I don't, it's not validation, but I just feel like you received recognition already for your behavior there in the facility, and all the things that you've accomplished thus far. And this poor child, you know, I mean, I hear you talking about your children and you're so happy. That child that was involved in this didn't get that chance. He is forever scarred. You know, I mean, this was just ridiculous to me. And then you said that you were using this money because you had some business investment or something. But in fact, you actually went and spent it and bought a laptop or something for your kid. Right?
Yes, ma'am.
So what was the real reason that you needed this money?
That was the real reason. I gave it to them.
To give it to your kids.
To give it back to her family.
I mean, and then you really you made her write out checks, and this could not have been a spur of the moment thing, sir. It just couldn't. I mean, and when my colleague asked you what you did, you went on to say, well, I wasn't thinking, and that's not what he asked you, though. He asked you what you did, and what you did was barge into this innocent lady's house, almost choked her to death, tied her up for hours.
Damn. Asking
her for money, telling her, you know, and then waiting for her kid to come home so that you can tie him up and and if her husband came home, you were going to tie him up too and stuff them all inside a closet or something. And I mean, you had this whole plan.
Damn, this definitely took a left turn.
It wasn't a plan. It was I didn't know what to do afterwards. Once I did it, it was.
Should have looked in your notebook right
there.
Should
have hurt them. I shouldn't have done anything in that.
This was really. I mean, honestly, I agree with my colleague that it was so disturbing to read. It really was. But I really am happy that you've taken advantage of the time that you've had there in the facility, sir. I really do believe that you are sincere in your
sincere, screw sincere,
regretting doing this. And I think that I can appreciate that, your remorse, but I just am not sure that warrants your remorse and your actions thus far warrants your being released early. So that is my position. You don't have probation to follow your sentence. You have special parole. Do you know if you have to pay back that $4,000 or $5,000 that you spent?
Home invasion.
No, ma'am, I don't know, but I will. I have no problem with that.
One more question, and then go ahead.
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead.
So that's the least I can do. I mean, I don't have a problem with any of that. That's just.
I don't think that the victims really are hurting for the money. I mean, they're hurting because of their experience. So while I can appreciate that your family is hurt and you're hurt, and it really is, their lives are forever changed. So just tell me one last thing. How does one suffer from seasonal bipolar?
They say during the seasons, my waves are more up and down than normal.
Who's they?
Psychiatrists.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I was diagnosed as. Like I said, I don't know enough about it, but I know that
I've never heard of such.
Yeah, my middle daughter has seasonal bipolar too, because we've looked into her. So
I didn't see any medical documentation to solidify that. So let me see if my colleague, Ms. Turner, has questions.
I think I have that.
Yes, Madam Chair, just a few for Mr. Doan.
Yes, ma'am.
How much money was it that you owed?
I owe 20,000, ma'am.
And why did you owe that money?
Because I had borrowed them there was a so-called friend that wanted to borrow money from us to do some insider trading.
Oh yeah.
And I said, okay, I only have 10,000. So I borrowed the 20,000 from her family because we were trying
to do insider trading.
I think that's what he said. He said, I got a good deal for you. No, I said, okay.
Okay.
I was naive and thought that, no, this was going to help. We're going to open a small restaurant for them.
You thought your friend was presenting you with a get-rich-quick scheme.
Yes,
ma'am. And so you got yourself into debt in order to try to get rich quick.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. That doesn't happen in real life to us ordinary people.
I know now.
And you know, if somebody tells you insider trading, that should set off a lot of red flags because that's illegal, sir.
I didn't even know anything about that.
Yeah. Well, you weren't a young man, so you know you have some responsibility to, you know, understand the choices that you're making. So, do you know what it means to minimize, sir?
Yes, I do.
Okay, to make something seem less serious or important than it really is?
Yes.
Okay, so you today and at sentencing have repeatedly used the word mistake.
Yes, ma'am.
That this crime was a mistake. And I'm going to argue to you, sir, that these were choices that you made. A series of very bad choices.
Yes,
a
ma'am.
mistake is like forgetting to return a library book.
Me not pulling down the toilet in the night.
You went to someone's house, you know, with malintent and caused a lot of harm. So it's much more than a mistake.
Yes, ma'am.
You said at sentencing, I would never have hurt you and I never will, to the victims. Did you not understand that you had already caused hurt?
Yes, ma'am.
That was in the past.
Okay. And you understand that the hurt was physical, emotional, psychological? You took away their sense of safety in their home?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sure this victim never answers her front door without fearing you're on the other side of it.
But I left her a promissory
I'm sure
note.
her son never came home from school without a lump in his throat thinking, where's my mom? Is she safe? So the harm was put into motion on that fourth time that you knocked on her door, never asking her about engaging in insurance fraud. You just put your arm around her throat after you closed her door and started strangling her. You understand that? You can say here that you went there to try to engage them in insurance fraud. You never even started the conversation. And you did, as my colleague pointed out, you had 4 opportunities to change your plan. And every time she opened that door, she opened it with graciousness. She got you water, she got you an umbrella, she let you use the phone in the bathroom. And all the while, you're just building up your courage to overpower her and steal from them. So you take her to the bank, you go together under duress. She goes to the teller and she can get $10,000 in cash. And she walks away from the teller and she gives you the cash. Is it still your position, Mr. Doan, that she gave you the money and that you didn't steal it?
No, it isn't.
Okay, but you realize that that's what the records say, that you denied stealing from her because she handed you the money under duress.
Yes, ma'am. Okay. At that time, I understood.
Okay. So today you said you wanted a chance to express to the victim that you would try to do no more harm and that you hope for forgiveness. Did I hear you right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You know what comes before forgiveness?
No matter what.
Remorse. You know, I can't even imagine, or I try to imagine what this victim went through. At one point in the to the police, she said she was afraid that you might sexually assault her. And the whole while she's watching the clock thinking her son's coming home and how is she going to protect him? And then after you've tied them both up, you say, I'm taking you both to the basement. Can you imagine the sheer terror that they both felt? You're taking them to the basement. You know, never knowing what your final intent was going to be. It's just shocking. It really is. And then you sit here today and you tell my colleague, you hope to never do any more harm to anyone. I'm not gambling on hope, sir.
I'm not gambling.
I'm really glad you have 5 years of special parole to follow. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Turner. So, Mr. Doan, we're done with our questions. Give us a few minutes to talk about your case, and we'll give you our official decision, okay?
What do you guys think? Do you guys think they're going to let him go or what?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So,
Should he be let
as we've
out?
all stated, this is just, a horrendous crime. And, while Mr. Doan,
Definitely not.
Desiree Lowe has done some programming,
Hell no.
he does minimize a little bit on some of the things that transpired. And he has received a commutation, reduced the
Thank you,
sentence
Anna.
by 4 years. He has some special parole to follow already, so he'll have supervision. I'm not able to get past the nature and circumstances and the impact this has had on the victim's family. So to me, it's a denial thing.
Denied.
It's a denial for me as well.
I say he's
I
over.
really do believe that. At the end of the day, Mr. Doan is going home early anyway because he would have still had an additional 4 years on his sentence. And while I appreciate the great work that he's done in the facility, I too cannot be past the nature of his crime. So my vote will be to deny as well. Ms. Turner?
It's unanimous, and I would also include inadequate evidence of offender change. I don't have a great deal of confidence in what I've heard from Mr. Doan today about his ability to go out and not have moments where he snaps and his mind doesn't think properly, and a commitment to never harming is not. I don't have the confidence.
Do you have any issue with that?
No.
So with regard to Cong 386888, I move to deny discretionary parole based on the nature and circumstance of his offense and inadequate evidence of offender change as discussed here. I further move to set the following conditions as his parole conditions. He has 5 years to follow. He is to have no contact with the victim and or family. Our initials are LW. He asked to go to Wisconsin to be with his family, so we're going to do the interstate unit to Wisconsin and add the halfway house if that's needed. Is there anything else?
Yes, per the court, a mental health evaluation and treatment is deemed necessary.
Mental health evaluation. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
So, Mr. Doan, you receive all of this in writing, sir. We set your special parole conditions. You'll finish the rest of this sentence out, and then you'll go out to your family, okay? Good luck to you, sir.
All right. Thank you, ma'am.
This concludes the hearing on Doan,
That definitely required a toilet flush right there. Man, hey, hold on. I also got to do one of these right here. Because he ain't getting out. Hey, that's definitely one person that I wouldn't want to let out. For those of you that missed it, he did a home invasion, and the border parole today. They're definitely on a hot streak today. You know, they're denying everybody. They haven't approved anybody today, right? This would be the third person they denied this morning. And everybody, hey, I appreciate you guys tuning in to You Have a Collect Call From. The next person should be coming up shortly. Hopefully, they haven't had any breaks today, so I like it when they run it like that. Yep, and there he is. Let's see what it is. Walking in. Let me see who this is. Right, I'm gonna look them up, or pull up their name right here for anybody that's wondering what their name is. Also, if you guys could go ahead and subscribe, it's free 99, doesn't cost you anything. Also, if you could share this, you know, the more people, the more merrier, the more comments, and you know, it gets us into the algorithm, and possibly to the FYP, to the front of your page. Just to give you guys a heads up, I'm not gonna be on that long. You know, giving my comments and whatnot. I got a pending situation with 2 sinks and 2 faucets that I gotta go ahead and install.
Pretty good. How are you?
Good. We're going to go ahead and get started with your case.
Okay.
Morning. My name is Paul Shem. Today is Wednesday, January 22nd, 2025, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Appeals. Following board members are present this morning, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutory required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning. I'm panel member Barry.
Morning, Robert Sazowskis.
Nancy Turner.
Thank you, Anna.
Sir, please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Thank you.
Nelson Sanchez Jr., 45832.
Hearing is being conducted in consideration of the full application for Nelson Sanchez, inmate number 415832. He's serving a sentence of 10 years, followed by 10 years special parole for sex assault first and assault first. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of January 9, 2025. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It's been reviewed, shows the offender has completed the following programs: anger management, short track sex offender program, voice, domestic violence, tier 2, and currently has a kitchen job. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender release system, offenders overall score of RT falls within the low range of risk for recidivism. Utilizing static 99R, the offender's overall score for sexual offense recidivism falls within the low to moderate range. So this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Well, I have several years to reflect on my actions on the victim. So I feel like I've been rehabilitated, and I still want to work on myself when I get out. So I still want to like, I guess, talk to somebody, I guess, like psychology or whatever, you know, because still processing after all these years, you know. So I'm not really good with talking. Sorry, but I still think about it, you know, because I didn't believe that this could happen, because I never thought of myself to be that type of person. So, you know, I really am sorry for the pain that I caused to the victim. You know, I'm very shameful. Feel very ashamed of what I pulled her through or what I did. You know, and also pointing her family and also my family to this whole mess as well. You know, it's not, I don't really mean to do it, but I did it.
You didn't mean to do it.
So
you just slip on a banana?
It is what it is. So I have to learn how to move forward. You know, so I'm still thinking ways to move forward with this, but I have to carry this for the rest of my life. You know, and the victim has to go through this for the rest of her life. You know, because I'm sure she got like emotional scars, trauma. You know, I actually take care for her. So I hope she's, you know, gotten stronger through that, and hope she's, you know, so survive through it is what I mean.
Okay.
You know.
So Mr. Sanchez, I appreciate your expressing remorse for your actions and acknowledging how your actions may have impacted the victim and the scars that are lifelong for her. In terms of your statement about being rehabilitated, I think that we're going to discuss that going forward. Okay. So each of us will take turns asking you questions, and when we're done with the questions, we'll deliberate and give you our decision. So let's talk about what exactly you did, because I think you skirted around it. What was your relationship with this victim?
We were friends and also roommates.
You were roommates.
Yes.
And so when the parole officer asked you why you did this, you said it was out of anger. What exactly were you angry about?
Well, it was because I was angry at myself for geez, how do I explain this?
Yeah.
You know,
do
so
you explain
okay,
it?
so I guess I have to explain the story. It would makes more sense. So
Try us.
on the night that we drank or whatever, she asked me to cuddle up with her, so they were right. And then I woke up well, she woke up to me groping her, so I didn't mean to do that. But you know, so she like shoved me off, and then by then I know I fucked up because I didn't mean to do it, but this is happening because I was asleep, you know, so I didn't realize I was even doing it. But I guess.
So he's a
Well,
SO.
when she did that, I was pissed on myself.
Sleep offender?
Like, damn, what the fuck did I do? But
I
then
need
she
you to
told me-
stop cursing because this
Oh,
really
my
is
fault.
no, there is no, my bad. This is a professional setting, and I think you need to respect all of us.
Yeah.
No,
Hey,
you're right. You're right.
speak
You're right.
on it. Speak
sorry.
on it.
So then I was in when I was in my room, she said to go to your room or whatever. So I went to my room, and then I was starting feeling rejected or whatever. Well, I was starting feeling rejected.
Now we're getting to all of that other fluff that you're telling me.
Yeah.
When I asked you about why you were angry, just saying
Rejected.
I was rejected.
Yeah.
I mean, that would have saved us all a little bit of time.
All of
So
that
you
for that.
felt rejected. And so what did you do after she said, you know, she didn't want you or whatever? What happened after that?
Well, I wanted to leave the house anyways. So I was starting to get my things. I didn't have my glasses on. So I thought I left it in her room, and I went to her room.
And slept out on a banana.
She was trying to kick me off the room, so she was like shoving me off, pushing me. And then I was telling her to stop. I was wanting to get my glasses. But I was just so mad that I didn't realize that my glasses was actually in my room. I didn't even have the lights on. So then
Tell me how you got to the part where you physically held this lady down and sexually assault. I want you to do it quickly.
Oh, okay. So
Thank
so I just strangled her and then sexually assaulted her afterwards when she was like knocked out.
Why would you want to have sex with someone who was that you were forcing yourself on?
Yeah.
I wasn't thinking straight.
How were you
I was
sexually
thinking,
aroused?
you know, I wish I could answer that because I really wasn't either.
I mean, you go from, first you started off your story with, I was sleeping and I groped her by accident.
Yes.
How do you grope someone by accident and they're sleeping and wake up and be mad about it because she tells you that she didn't want you to do that?
That's what it is. I don't know what else you want me to tell you. I'm just telling you what happened. So
I'm thinking. So the chances you were sexually attracted to this lady, obviously.
Yeah.
Okay. So did you ever say to her, "Listen, I want us to be more than friends"?
Yeah.
And she said.
She said no, but it's weird because we dated, but we never did anything though. So.
Okay, but no is no. I don't care what happened before. She could have been a prostitute for all I care.
Yes, yeah, of course.
So she said no. And then, so when I'm trying to understand. So when she said no, she wasn't interested in having a relationship with you, went on to grope her, and then you forced yourself on her. And then what did you do after this all occurred?
After the whole thing, so she came to, because she was knocked out, so she became conscious.
You strangled her to unconsciousness.
Yeah, she was unconscious. Wow. So that would be in the report. Yeah. Yeah. So she
Do you
came
know
to.
You could have killed her, and you thought with her lifeless body, her body not moving or anything, you just had to pleasure yourself.
I wasn't in my right mind, but yeah, I guess.
So
I wasn't.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
I'm just trying to understand how one goes from being fully conscious of what they're doing to just losing it and physically hurting this young lady. And
super dangerous.
Then getting up and going about their day like nothing happened.
Well,
make that make
it did
sense.
happen. I mean, she woke up and then we talked, and then I left the room and she called the cops, and then I left.
And so tell me, how can you avoid these behaviors in the future, Mr. Sanchez?
Avoid them? Well, I would never do that again. And anyways, I would never do that again.
Did you think you'd do it the first time?
I'm sorry?
Did you think that you were capable of doing it the first time?
The first time? I don't understand the question. No, really, I don't.
Do you think that did you think, well, I'm going to be able to strangle this lady unconscious and get on top of her and do my business and go about my day? Did you think you were capable of doing that?
Before, no. Before all of that, no.
Oh,
no,
so
never.
saying to me that I'm never going to do this again. What is that? You didn't think that you were going to do it the first time. So I need like a viable plan or viable actions to avoid you doing this again in the future. Something substantive. What can you do to avoid doing this again?
To avoid? I mean, to me, it feels like it's spur of the moment. I mean, I don't want to be that person. I don't. I mean, I know it happened. I can't do anything to change it, which I wish I can. But, you know, I had to learn how to take no for an answer, for example. I have to learn how to deal with, you know, rejection sucks, but there's no excuse for no excuse for what I did.
Exactly.
You know, I take full responsibility of that.
I appreciate that.
You know,
but I think you said something wrong, Mr. Sanchez. I think you said that you have to learn how not to accept no, but you meant to say I have to learn how.
Yeah, like
to accept no. And you do.
Sorry.
No means no, regardless of, I don't care if I don't care what the situation is. If you don't want to be charged with another offense like this, you really need to be sure that the person that you're engaging in these kind of behaviors with does in fact want it. Saying yes would, you know, be proof that they want it. So you know that your life as you knew it before you're coming into incarceration is going to be completely different when you are released. So now you have to be a sex offender for the rest of your life. You're only 35.
You are.
So how do you think you'll be received once you return into the community and people know that you're a sex offender?
Hopefully with
how do you
some
think
socks
you'll
and
handle
rocks.
that?
Well, this is a completely new experience for me, but yeah, I met a lot of people that have familiar cases of all levels of sexual cases, and so I hear different things. Some people, I might not have certain jobs that I want to get. Some people might not want to be around them or whatever, you know. So I'm already prepared for all this stuff because I have people tell me what to expect.
Yeah.
You know, so it's like in here too. It's here too. People will judge you for it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So tell me how you intend to handle it, even with your next girlfriend or your wife. Are you going to be forthcoming with her that you're a sex offender? And when she asks you why, are you going to lie to her? Like, those are important things. That's another part of accepting responsibility.
No, you're right, because the last few months, throughout my whole time, certain people will come and ask me or whatnot, and I explain to them what happened. And it never gets easy. So it never gets easy, but it's something I had to learn how to deal with. So there's good practice it's good practice for me. So it'll be hard, but I don't mind letting you know, hey, I did time because I did this, because I did this horrible crime.
Right. Well, you need to really figure out how to say it, because it's going to be for the rest of your life. And unfortunately, with that, you're going to probably get some more rejection. So, I mean, rejection is a part of life, unfortunately. I mean, I want to ask people for millions of dollars, and I'm sure they'll tell me no. But I don't beat them over the head and strangle them unconscious because they told me no. You know?
No, of course. Yeah.
Okay. So here's the facts, Mr. Sanchez. You know, this is your only offense. It's very, very serious.
Of course.
You have been able to refrain from receiving any disciplinary infractions. You've taken the appropriate programming. It looks like you have a valid release plan. You intend to go and reside with your dad, right? And what are you going to, go ahead.
No, go ahead. I'm just confirming what you're saying. Yes.
And what are you going to do for work? What are your intentions for work?
Well, a friend of mine's mom wants me to work because she was a supervisor at Taco Bell. So she says you have a job there at least. And another best friend of mine, he wants me to get into roofing with him. So that'll be a good experience. I never had that. So
okay.
A type of experience. Also, I have another friend from one of the church community. He does truck driving to throw trash. So he says there's always positions available. You know, so
I don't know. I don't really know how that intertwines with your kind of conviction in truck driving. So.
Oh no, yeah, I know what you mean, but I'll probably get into the roofing more because I talk to my best friend a lot more. Or the little Taco Bell that end up in Hartford because depending on how things are, you know, but these things are not guaranteed. I understand that as well.
I would suggest that you really communicate with your parole officer and look to them for some resources for possibility for employment, because it's going to be difficult for you given the nature of your offense. And people, unfortunately, the stigma associated with being a sex offender is really out there, you know, and so it's really important that you, one, learn how to navigate your life now with this new conviction, and that you be honest with people and with yourself, more importantly, because it's not going to be the same. You know, I think that's it for my question. I was going to really ask about whether or not this victim has family that will, you know, be seeking some sort of revenge, but that's something that you're going to have to learn to navigate as well. Ms. Turner, do you have questions for Mr. Sanchez?
Just a few. So, Mr. Sanchez, you have a standing criminal protective order against you, a full no contact order through the year 2099. What do you understand that means?
I think you're right.
What's the word for it? I can't be near the victim. Of course, I can't have no contact with the victim nor her family, right? Yeah.
Yes. And
so
this
no
is
zero contact.
right, and it's electronic as well. You can't reach out through social media, and you can't reach out through a third person, someone that you might have in common, to send any messages.
Yes, sir.
Okay?
Yeah.
Take that seriously.
I will.
What do you understand parole is like?
It's news to me. So I guess it's sort of like probation, where you being almost everything you do is being scrutinized, maybe. Like
supervised.
They also help you, you know, as you get back into society. They help you. That's the word I'm forgetting. They help you ease into society, help you get back on your feet. Yes, get back on your feet and tell you where your stipulations are. You know, if you run into trouble for any reason, even if it's not your fault, you have to contact them to make sure you're good or whatnot.
Mm-hmm. So there will be conditions for your special parole supervision.
Yes.
And, you know, if you don't comply with the conditions, parole officers have arrest powers, so you can be brought back. You can be made to serve the 10 years of special parole there in the
Thank you.
facility. So you need to take it quite seriously. And, but at the same time, it's not just supervision, but it's support to help you be successful in the transition back into the community.
Yes.
You have to stay in communication with your parole officer.
Yes. Yep.
So you were drinking at the time of this offense?
No, because it was at the night, but then we were both asleep hours later. So I guess this happened, I don't know what time, but it happened early in the morning before the sun got up.
Right, but you were drinking the night before.
Yes, of course.
And perhaps that's why she woke up and found you in her room touching her, because you were under the influence?
Yeah, we both were drinking, and she asked me to cuddle with her in the bed. And I was like, okay, sure. So then she woke up to me.
Okay, she had very clear boundaries, Mr. Sanchez. There's nothing in any of the reports that indicates that she willingly sought out an opportunity to have, physical contact with you in the form of cuddling, as you refer to it.
Okay.
Is that what they call it
do you
nowadays?
understand what boundaries are? I heard you reference boundaries.
Boundaries, yes. I know what boundaries are. It's a line you don't cross.
Right.
Your space is your space. You gotta respect the space. Yes.
Right. Your body is your body.
Your body is your body, of course.
Friends are friends, not lovers.
Not lovers or what have not. Yes.
If I have a bedroom and I close the door and lock it, that's a boundary, a physical boundary to tell you to stay out.
Yes, man.
Yeah. And boundaries are how people negotiate through the world, and they need to be respected.
You're right.
And it's one way that people, communicate, but also address their safety.
Yes. All right.
So you took anger management. What did you learn about your problem with anger?
With anger, yes. You shouldn't. Well, what I learned, you shouldn't weaponize it. Or use it to the excuse to get what you want or whatever, or what have not, as well. You're not entitled to anything. One of the programs I learned, I don't know if it's from that one or the sex treatment program. I don't know if it's from that. But that was, to me, that was significant, that you're not owed anything. You're not entitled to nothing. When it comes to things like this, what I'm saying.
This is Connecticut.
But why are you an angry person?
Because I feel like entitled. I feel rejection, and I feel like I was entitled or whatever. But I felt the rejection. That's why I was angry, and I was angry at myself because like I was saying, I screwed up.
This is life.
Okay. So do you suffer from low self-esteem, Mr. Sanchez?
At times, yes. I'll be honest, yes.
Uh-huh. Okay.
Yes.
So that's something that you know about yourself, and it's something you need to work on.
Yes.
Because no other person and no relationship is going to fix your low self-esteem.
Of course not.
That's on you.
That's on me, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. But no, you're right. Well,
part of having boundaries is, people will tell you when you're crossing them. And if you're going to internalize that as a rejection, then that just feeds your sense of your low self-esteem, as opposed to just being able to respect other people.
Mm-hmm.
What have you told your supports about your conviction? Because they want to know why you're incarcerated.
My supports, my my immediate family or the church.
People in your life who were in your life before you came to prison.
Oh, I told them what happened, and for example, my pops, he doesn't know the full story. He knows why I'm here, but he doesn't know the full story. But I am planning on telling him this is what happened, because you deserve to know what happened. Him and his wife.
Especially if he's going to sponsor you in his home.
Yeah. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
Be careful, Mr. Sanchez, when you do explain to people in your life now and people who will be in your life in the future not to blame the victim.
no, I don't. I blame myself. I take responsibility for this.
Mm-hmm. So I read in some of the documents that you deny that you had sex with the victim, that
Yes,
there was
that's true.
intercourse.
No sex with the, yeah, that's because I wasn't aroused. When they did the DNA test, what they found was, I guess,
Okay, that's not the question I'm putting to you.
okay, I'm sorry. What was the question?
So you, in your mind, serving this sentence, facing 10 years of special parole and lifetime on the registry, don't believe that what you did constituted a violation of this person, that it was sex in your mind?
In my mind,
How you think about it?
well, I know I committed a crime.
Uh-huh.
Yes. So which means why
But
they gave
because
me the
you
time.
weren't able to maintain an erection, you contest that there was intercourse?
Yeah, like,
Okay,
yeah,
you had every intent. She was unconscious. You pulled her clothes down below her waist and you pulled your own pants down.
yes,
And it was your inability to maintain an erection that is why the contact ceased, not because you stopped yourself, right?
yeah, I guess, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Yeah, because, and were you to get into the DNA, your DNA was found on the genital swab of the victim.
yeah, that's what they told me. I was shocked. I'm like, what?
You shouldn't be shocked, sir. These were the actions that you took against an unconscious female who you describe as a friend.
Yeah, I know.
Imagine what he would do to an enemy.
I have no more questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Turner. Mr. Cybulski?
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. So give us a few minutes to talk about your case, Mr. Sanchez, and we will give you our decision.
He was probably wondering how come I can't get it up.
I'm not going to rehash everything that we discussed. It's apparent that this case was really, really concerning and relatively unwarranted. I mean, it was unwarranted, all of this craziness. However, yes, it really was very violent. However, Mr. Sanchez, according to our documents, he will be done with
you guys think they should let him out?
Incarceration period. His end of sentence is May 5th. Is that right, Officer Shamrock? So that's what we're talking about, a 4-month difference, 3-month difference. And Mr. Sanchez is going out into the community, regardless of what we do here today in 3 months. He has taken the appropriate programs. He has not received any disciplinary infractions. He has accepted responsibility for his actions, even though he does minimize
This doesn't sound good.
Drastically. But I do hear
Thank you for the follow-up.
I think that I don't know if he's trying to.
Yes, it is.
I don't think he's trying to be deviant. I don't know if he really knows how to articulate what it is that he did to this victim, but I think he understands the magnitude of his actions.
Don't make excuses for him.
This is his only conviction, his first period of incarceration. He has 10 years of special parole to follow his sentence, and he rates out low in terms of risk to recidivate. So I believe that he has shown us that after being down for 10 years, that he's able to comply, that chances are he will comply with the rules out in the community. And if he doesn't, he will be arrested and brought back to prison and can potentially serve an additional 10 years of incarceration. So for those reasons, I would support discretionary parole here today. And set the step that's the parole conditions. Ms. Turner?
It's a deny for me. It's a
Okay,
4-month
yeah.
difference. He wants to sponsor to his father's home. They'll have to do a home investigation. I find the choices that he made entirely disturbing. And his explanations today rather inadequate, not in the right state of mind. So it's a no for me.
Good job. We got one more. It's 2 out of 3.
Mr. Sadowskis?
Thank you, Madam
Good morning,
Chair.
Doug.
So, like you both have said, this is just a terrible crime.
Just say
There
yes
is
or
only
no.
A couple of months difference. He has done the programming.
Oh, no.
And I think he does have difficult time articulating some of the things and answering some of our
Good morning.
questions. He hasn't received any disciplinary reports. He's got no record of failing in the past.
It doesn't sound
at
good.
probation or parole. And he is a low risk of recidivate. So I am in favor of granting his parole today.
Damn. This is live. Yes, it is.
So for conditions, I have no victim, problem, sexual behavior, treatment out in the community. I don't know if we should do domestic violence. He did take the first part in the facility. I don't know if that's a condition we want to add.
I had it on mine, and I also had alcohol. It seems to be related in this.
I'd actually like to see him take anger management. I'm not sure domestic violence is what's needed in this case.
Yeah, but he took it already in the facility though, Ms. Turner.
Yes, I see that, but he was not in an intimate partner relationship with the victim in this case.
Right.
He was acting out of his own angry feelings.
Right. But he completed anger management in the facility, and the only reason why I did the domestic violence was because he did the first part in the facility. So I would have him do the second part out in the community or nothing. If we're not going to do, because he's already done anger management. So the only reason why I would do the domestic violence is because of the first half. That's it. So it's not a continuation. So are we okay with not adding the condition? Or, there's no doubt that anger played a role in it. Like, he hasn't displayed any further anger in the facility. I don't see any disciplinary infractions for that. So,
Yeah, the domestic violence class in the community does contain an anger management portion, and domestic violence also relates to people you live with. So they were living together, at the time, and although they weren't in a consensual relationship, they were cohabitating in the same house. So I don't see the harm in having him continue this domestic violence program that includes some anger management portion in the community. I think we should add it along with alcohol and sexual behavior.
Hell yeah. Add the condition.
do you have any issue with that, Ms. Turner?
So we're not going to stipulate anger management because we're going with domestic violence?
Both.
Well, we're not stipping anger management because he's already completed it.
It's the same program, I think.
I don't know that the anger management in the community is the same program, but that is his identified root problem. He does have 10 years of special parole, so
he's coming back.
I think all the programming possible would be to his benefit.
We're gonna just let me take a quick recess, okay? Mr. Sanchez, sit right there. I'll be right back.
Okay,
Just going
all right.
to query about it.
Hey man, this has
Thank you.
definitely been a roller coaster here. They're gonna talk in the background. I mean, they should put. I feel personally that they should put all the conditions that they can. Not only that, but my personal feeling is that he should be dropped in a wood chipper, legs first preferably, and turn it off halfway. But that's just my personal feeling. So I know some people were asking me some questions earlier on. So this is a board of parole hearing that is live in the state of Connecticut. For anybody wondering why I'm streaming this, because it is public information. That's why I'm sharing it with you guys. Also, if you guys could go ahead and hit the subscribe button, I'll really appreciate it. It is free 99, doesn't cost you anything. And don't worry, I don't need you to send me any money. I don't need cash apps or anything like that. I just need you to subscribe. We're trying to get to the 20,000 mark, if you will. Also, I do stream these on YT. So if this stream ever goes down, you could jump on YT. That stream will not go down. And it's the same name. If you see right here, at Collect Call From, that's how you type in on either on here. Hey, thank you for that. Or on YT. All right. Also, I do have a second account that I'm trying to get to up to 1,000. If you guys could follow that account, just in case my account gets, then I could go ahead and continue these. I think I got about 100 subscribers, so I would really appreciate it. I'm gonna post it up right now. And if you guys got any questions now, feel free to ask them, and then I'll go ahead and answer that for you right now. Something about, do you follow California Border Pro? The California ones, they're not live streamed. Those they keep behind them behind closed doors. Oh shit. Oh damn, I think they have an in-bank hearing today. Damn, I forgot about it. Anyhow, yeah, so California, they don't offer it. There's only a few states that do offer these open to the public, and I'll go ahead and read off those states right now to you guys, just in case you guys are interested in. I stream Utah, I stream Connecticut, Pennsylvania, Iowa, Ohio, Vermont, Kansas, Minnesota, Oregon, Louisiana, and Illinois. And the newest state that I just started streaming on would be Kentucky. Kentucky is definitely a trip. If you haven't done so, check out my YT page. Check out the Kentucky hearings. That's going to knock your socks off, and you're not going to be able to sleep at night. And if you're eating, probably stop eating, because it's all bad. If you didn't like this case right here, I think in Kentucky, out of the 12 cases I heard last week, 9 of them were those type of cases. And some of them, they let them out. A lot of them, they didn't. But hey, definitely check it out. Also, if you're watching on YT, if you guys could go ahead and hit the thumbs up, it'll help us get into the algorithm, bring more people in for the engagement, and we're able to have conversations about these type of topics, if you will. Raquel, gracias for the follow, highly appreciate it. And let me see here. Interesting. I'm in Minnesota.
Okay, I apologize. So I just went over to speak to
Julie. Thank you for the follow.
chair about the conditions, and because anger management, it's what we discussed. The anger management in the facility is not twofold like the domestic violence program is. And domestic violence does have a component of anger management, as we discussed on the record. So the condition will be the domestic violence in the community. And I would also do a mental health evaluation. Just because he talked about
wanting therapy.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. But he is a 1, and I think he is showing us he could pursue that if that's what he is truly committed to.
Yeah. Okay. That's no problem. Okay. You okay with those?
Yes.
Okay. So with regard to Nelson Sanchez, 415832, I move to grant discretionary parole by a majority decision on or after today's date, which is January 22nd, 2025. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. All those opposed?
Opposed? Aye. Me, TikTok and YouTube.
Opposed.
Aye.
It is a majority decision. And I further move to set the following special parole conditions for the 10 years of special parole to follow. You'll have no contact with your victim. Her initials are T like tiger, D like dog. You'll participate in problem sexual behavior treatment in the community. You are to consume no alcoholic beverages, and you'll participate in domestic violence treatment in the community. Did I say everything? Is there a second to those conditions?
Aye.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
So, Mr. Sanchez, you will receive all of this in writing, sir. You've been voted to parole again. It was a majority decision, sir. So it's an on or after date. And we wish you the best of luck, sir.
Thank you very much.
Best of luck. What about us out here in society?
It's the hearing for Nelson Sanchez, inmate number 415. All right.
You're all set, sir.
All bad.
Okay.
All to the bad. So somebody asked, what did he do? He did a SA offense to an unconscious person. SA to an unconscious person. Oh, yeah. Hey,
Well, that's right.
proceed with caution out there. Proceed with extreme caution. Screw the second chance. Hang him. And hopefully everybody is jumping on the mob mentality. So yeah, they gave him parole. So he'll probably be out, I guess, maybe like in the next day or two. All right, so up next, I'm not sure. We'll look him up right now when they say his name. This is live. And also, hey, sharing is caring. If you guys got any loved ones, share the stream. Even if you don't love them, send that on through. If you got a Sancha, an ex-vato, or whatever, send it to them too. We need all the eyes we can get. If you will, we're at 263 people watching on TT. Highly appreciate it. Let me see. Here you go. All right. He should be banned from all dating apps as well. Yup. I 100% agree on that one. Is this Indiana? No, this is not Indiana. This is Connecticut. Once again, this is the Board of Parole hearings in Connecticut. This is live. This is happening in real time. So they will give us an answer and let us know whether they're going to be paroling these people out today. My man's ready. He brought his book. Oh, my man's. That's right. California, they don't offer them. In California, they do not. They're close to the public. The system is crazy. Definitely. Yeah. I mean, I wish, man, like that right there. If California would come on here, man, I'll be all over it. I've hit up the parole board before in California, but it's a no-go. They don't want the public to see what's happening in the behind closed doors. But one thing you can do in California is get transcripts. So you could request a transcript after an individual has gone in front of the parole board, and you could see word for word what was it that happened or what kind of questions they asked during this parole board. So if you got a vato that's locked up,
in the library, financial planning work in the library.
Can you do Texas? Texas is another state. They do not do them. Where can you find this video? Go to my YouTube page right here, and there's a link in the description. So if you guys want to watch it without me commenting or whatever, just go to my YouTube page, go to the description of the video, and there's a link on there. You just copy it and put it in. They hate us in Texas. Do Michigan do them live? Nah. The only place that does them is Minnesota. Let me see. Hey, Gonzalez, gracias. Highly appreciate the follow. Also, hey, if you're in here, hit the follow button. We're trying to get to 20,000 subscribers. What are we doing here? Right now, I'm just yapping away, but the parole board hearing should be starting shortly. Is that man that just got paroled was in Texas? Well, he wouldn't know. Yeah, and a lot of other states he wouldn't have got paroled. Hey, Erica, highly appreciate that rose.
Hey, how you doing?
Okay,
We're going to go ahead and get started with your cases.
Radio, quiet on the tira.
Good afternoon. My name is Paroles Chandler. Today is Wednesday, January 22nd, 2025, and this is a hearing at the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. Board members present this afternoon, if I state your names on the record, certify that you have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation for this hearing.
Good morning. I'm panel member Barry. Oh, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Robert Cybulski.
Nancy Turner.
Sir, please state your name and name for the record.
Javis Jackson, 440757.
This hearing is being
Look
conducted
him
in
up.
consideration of the parole application for Javis Jackson, date number 440757, serving a sentence of 10 years, execution suspended after 3.5 days, followed by 5 years probation for 2 counts criminal possession of a firearm, ammunition, defense weapon, larceny first, and possession with intent to sell or dispense narcotics. As of today, record reflect parole eligibility date of November 22nd, 2024. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed to show the offender has completed the following programs: Voices, Tier 2, utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system. The offender's overall score in the SRT falls within the moderate range of risk for recidivist. Sir, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
I would like to start by saying how much I sincerely apologize for the pain and suffering and trauma I've caused to anybody victimized due to me being incarcerated. I truly regret all the damage and destruction I've caused by my selfish actions. And I also feel ashamed having to put my family and friends through this and forcing their hands having to support a loved one in jail. Nothing can replace the valuable time spent suffering in jail. It's going into unaffordable debt. From the time I was sentenced, I've been trying to correct myself. This path has not been easy. I'm willing to take full accountability and admit all my wrongdoings and the actions I've committed. It took me to learn from someone else's experience that was once in my position to let me know how they overcame things that I was going through. And it showed me that I also have the strength to use the same transition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jackson, for that opening statement. We have reviewed your documents submitted on your behalf, and we have some questions. So each of us will take turns asking those questions, and then when we're done, we'll deliberate and give you our decision, okay? Good luck to you. Ms. Turner will start with the questions.
So, Mr. Jackson, you've done well this period of incarceration, no disciplinary issues.
No, ma'am.
And you've been able to complete a lot of programs, you know, and the two go hand in hand. When you get the DRs, you don't get the programs. So why don't you tell us about the changes that you've made in your thinking through the programs that you've completed?
Well, for one, I've realized that you don't have to do something to someone for them to be a victim in your case. Like my family's victims, my siblings, everybody that loves me is a victim for me being in this position that I am. I also learned about different types of substance abuses and all type of recovery antics.
You have a drug score of 4. Why do you think that is?
I had an opioid addiction at a certain point of time, and I've now see why I was spiraling out of control now that I've been sober for almost 2 years.
What were you using out in the community?
I was using Xanax and ecstasy pills.
Nothing.
You referred to the addiction in the past tense. Do you believe you're an addict, sir?
Well, from my experience, that what I've learned, once an addict, always an addict. So now I'm at the path where I just gotta just stay away.
Well, you want to live in recovery as opposed to, okay. Yes. All right. So, how long had you been using those substances?
For about 3 years before my incarceration.
So when you met with Officer Shamroy to prepare for today, how long ago do you think that was?
That was about a month ago.
A month ago. And you completed Tier 2 back in August, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you still in SMART recovery, or did you finish that as well?
I finished that as well.
Okay. So why, when you met with Officer Shamroy, did you say you've never had a problem with drugs or alcohol?
I never had a problem with alcohol. Drugs was a little different. I might have misunderstood the question. I never had a problem with alcohol.
Well, I'm sure he asked you about both. Have you developed a recovery plan?
Yes, ma'am.
Why don't you share that with us?
I've learned in SMART recovery and Tier 2, like how much things can go wrong while doing drugs, health-wise, and I just want to create the path where I'm not around any drugs or anything that's gonna make me want to use drugs. So if I stay away, there's no reason for me to fall back into that path.
Stay away from what specifically?
Streets, certain neighborhoods, just the all around drug life or street life, I may say.
What about people?
People, especially people. If I'm not in those neighborhoods, I won't have to worry about certain people and the bad environments.
Well, your crimes were in Hamden, at least the arrests were.
Yes.
And you want to return to Hamden.
Yes, ma'am. Because that was just, when I got caught, I basically was like running away from the police. So I ran to the safest place I knew.
They hate guns. That's for sure. I'll tell you that much. Hey, Snowflake, thank you for the follow. Chelsea, thank you for the like.
Your recovery plan at this point is avoidance.
Yes.
What kind of activities are you actually going to embrace living clean and sober?
Working for one.
Thank you for the follow.
More family time, less running around, because that was my problem, running around and just not having a focus. Now that I have a focus and I have actual goals I need to accomplish, I think I can get to where I need to be.
Thank you for the follow. Hey, what up, Dorothy?
One of those goals is becoming a recovery coach?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. How far have you engaged with CCAR?
I'm on the waiting list as we speak. I had to finish tier 2, and I've been on the waiting list ever since I finished.
So you're past your eligibility date. If you're granted today, how do you pick up with that goal?
I've spoken with Counselor Gaudette, and she says she has ways outside of jail that I can also get my recovery coaching.
Why do you want to be a recovery coach?
Because I've seen the harm drugs can do to people, even myself, and I feel like I can be a great help in the community.
They are hard on people that carry pew-pews.
So, Mr. Jackson, I'm concerned that you would have gotten through tier 2 and smart recovery, and you're not explaining to us any practices that you're going to engage in to prevent relapse.
Thank you for the follow out.
I get work and family, but those are, things that you structure your life around. What are you going to structure your recovery around?
I also attend like NA meetings, AA meetings, stuff like that, things of those natures. And just like I said, as long as I'm not distracted, that's why I mentioned the job and family. I work out a lot.
Well, it's good not to have a lot of free time on your hands, but recovery for most people is a choice that you make every day when you get up to live clean and sober, and then sometimes every hour during that day to not pick up, to deal with your cravings without using. So I'm trying to identify the supports that you have in place to help you overcome what's a very challenging addiction.
Right.
Board of Parole here in
So you've got AA and NA. Have you ever done those in the community before?
Thank you for the follow.
No, I started those when I got incarcerated, but I've asked them at the groups that I attend to here, like other spots where they have like around my city, like they said they have some in West Haven and stuff like that I can attend on like a 2-week basis. I mean, like twice a week basis. I'm sorry.
Okay. Have you ever heard the expression 90 and 90?
Thank you, Wolf.
Yes.
Do you know what it means?
I'm not fully equipped on that yet.
Okay. It means setting a goal for yourself of attending 90 meetings in 90 days. Sometimes that might be 2 or 3 meetings in one day.
Okay.
But over the,
DD,
you know,
thank you for
the
the follow.
first 3 months being out, you know, really immersing yourself in the recovery community, finding, you know, people that you connect with, maybe identifying a sponsor. Do you know what a sponsor is?
Yes.
Okay. Do you understand that NA and AA is a program built around the 12 steps? These are
Yes.
meetings to help people work the 12 steps as part of the guiding principles of sobriety.
Yes.
Have you, what happens when you get to step 12?
You just, from my experience, what I've learned, you keep going as in recovery. You don't just think you're just ever done. In your mind, you have to think you can relapse at any moment. So you have to just stay focused, keep going to those meetings, and help others stay away from what you once was addicted to.
So once you hit step 12, you start all over again.
Yes.
And, you know, the program isn't about just attending meetings and listening to other people talk. It's actually working on yourself, using the 12 steps to do that work on yourself.
Yes, ma'am.
Hey, she's grilling him. She's on him.
So you put your parents through a residential search by law enforcement.
Mm-hmm.
Did you apologize to them for that?
Of course.
It's not an of course. It's not a given.
Oh, no, not like that. But yes, I did.
Okay. And they're willing to bring you back into their home.
Yes, ma'am.
Mm-hmm. It's really critical, Mr. Jackson, as you're growing up and you're turning 25, 26, that you show them the respect and you don't bring drugs or guns into their home.
Yes, ma'am.
So you have 6.5 years of this sentence hanging over your head when you go out to probation. You have 5 years of probation and 5 years on the state's deadly weapon offender registry. But you've been on that registry before, haven't you?
No, I don't know if that was around when I caught my first case, so I wasn't, but I'm pretty sure now that I will be.
I don't know how you get having a weapon in a motor vehicle and not end up on the registry. That was a gun in your car.
Yes,
so
ma'am.
You were on probation.
Yes, ma'am.
For a gun conviction, and you went out and got 2 more guns. Why?
No, I didn't get 2 more guns.
Well, you had, I'm sorry, you're right. You had the magazines.
Yes, ma'am.
The extendos.
Gun cartridges. Why?
I was in the wrong state of mind at the time, and I was spiraling, like I said, I was spiraling out of control, and I was on the path of making the wrong decision when I was stopped by the police.
I think you'd already gone down that path. You were in a stolen rental vehicle that they recovered, and you had heroin, marijuana, crack, and a loaded magazine in the car.
We might be getting hit soon.
So I think the ship sailed. I think you'd already gone off the rails, hadn't you?
Absolutely.
X, thank you for the follow.
You want to go back to Camden, the cops are going to be watching you.
I'm fine with that because I know that I'm in the right path, in the right state of mind where I'm not worried about making the wrong decision.
Thank you for the follow.
Yeah.
SA charges, they
and
don't
you're
look.
going to do what for employment?
They don't look at them as violent
Before
charges.
I was incarcerated, I was working for Amazon at the warehouse, packing and shipping, and I'm going to try to get back in there before I get back really outside because I know 9 times out of 10 I will be on a monetary bracelet. So depending on what shifts they have open, because I was working overnight, but I'm not sure if I could do that. And my dad also owns a trucking company, and I'm going to try to work with him on that level as well.
Yeah, but you can't be on parole working under the table. You need to be earning a paycheck and paying taxes.
Right. That's why I'm going to work for Amazon.
What's plan B if Amazon says, we're good. We have enough employees.
Work under the table.
I know a lot of jobs. I worked at Panera Bread before. I could do a lot of applications for like plumbing and stuff. I did a couple plumbing classes before I came in, but COVID stopped it, and I could get back into that schooling as well.
Yeah, you'd have to do a whole apprenticeship in order to work a job as a plumber.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, thank you. Thank you for pointing that out.
Whether you go out to parole or you go out to probation, the parole and probation officers can connect you with employers who will hire people with criminal records. So, talk to your parole and your probation officer.
Do you guys think they should let him out? Second chance. What do you guys think?
I don't have any more questions, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Jackson.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Turner. Mr. Sanchez?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Hey, I'll tell you what. I'd rather let him out than the other guy.
Sometimes they have trouble finding employment, and then it, sometimes leads to problems. So if you can't get a job, you can't find a job. What is your plan? How are you going to approach that?
I will go back to school for plumbing. I already have my OSHA 12, and I can proceed that instead of just sitting on the couch somewhere or something.
Yeah, and I would suggest to you, that you prioritize the places that you apply to, that will hire offenders. Your parole officer can help you with that, and maybe Amazon is one of those places, right, that a lot of people work at. But if that doesn't work out, you need to apply to places where you have a chance of getting employment, just to get going with something. You know what I'm saying? And then you can build on that and work on these other long-term goals that you're talking about. Working on a plumbing career. Those are all good ideas. You need to get yourself involved in some kind of employment, like fairly quickly when you're released. So that you have some purpose, you have a place to go, you have a schedule, a routine, and you have a job. It may not be what you want, it may not be your long-term forever job, but you got to do something in the beginning. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Some people feel, rejected. They apply for jobs, they're not getting them, and they start, and then things start spiraling. You need to prepare yourself for that, and apply to reasonable jobs that you could try to actually work at. So this is your second gun case. What you had a 5-year suspended sentence, and then you had probation with the first one. And then now you're here, you have 10 years suspended with 3.5 years and then 5 years probation. What do you think happens if you get another gun charge? What do you think the sentence is?
10, 20 life.
I probably get all the time that I owe them and some more on top of that.
It's gonna be, see how these go up? You know what I mean? You started, they gave you a chance, and now they give you a second chance. And then, it's gonna be longer. It's gonna be much longer, 3-4 times what you got now. That's what happens when you get multiple gun charges. You have to be very cautious, you know what I mean? And really think this through on what you're gonna do in your life. Don't get in the car with people who don't know what's going on or what's in the car. These people that you're associating with during this time, all these things were happening, you gotta put that aside, You're gonna have to put all that aside and focus on your family and your future and that kind of thing.
Yes, sir.
Follow my second account,
Can you
please.
talk about the smart recovery? What were you doing in smart recovery?
I was learning different type of drug and substances that cause harm to the body, the mind, body, and soul. And they were teaching me basically like step by step how to stay away.
Thank you, Mama. Yeah, he got no plan.
Your previous conviction about a weapon in a car And then this one was also involving a stolen car with a weapon inside the car. What's the situation with your driver's license?
I have my driver's license, yes.
It's never suspended during any of this stuff?
No, sir.
Thank you, Kimberly. Thank you, Leslie. Highly appreciate it. I'll follow you back. If you're private, don't even trip. It's all good.
That's all I have, sir.
Thank
I'm
you,
going to
Misty.
pass on to my colleague to see if she has any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Cybulski. Mr. Jackson, I don't
Thank you,
have any
Black
questions
Woods.
for you, so give us a few minutes to talk about your case, and we'll give you our decision.
Just get
Okay.
ready, Fred.
Appreciate you guys.
Man, hey, new follower,
Turner?
just sub on YouTube today. Thank you. Appreciate it.
And there was
Thank you,
something that I
guys.
wanted to say to Mr. Jackson.
You guys real ones.
Further question before we deliberate. So, sir, you
Thank you for the follow.
you went out to
Thank you for the follow.
probation on your last case in late 2020,
Yes.
and
Thank you
um,
for being in.
you almost immediately began not reporting,
So?
not attending the reasoning and rehabilitation group. You left the state on a GPS monitor.
That's right. Thank you, Black Woods.
You know, it's rare to see a 10-page arrest warrant where they detailed all of your missed appointments, all of your failing to report. And it's concerning because you just clearly were not taking probation seriously.
Living that
And
outlaw life.
I get it. You were young and you wanted to do what you wanted to do. Hopefully you've grown up a bit. But do you understand that with parole, if you violate the terms of your supervision, they have arrest powers?
Yes, ma'am. I'm very
So you'll
aware.
be taken back into custody and brought back to the facility. It won't be months and months of this nonsense of you weaving and dodging your probation officer. You know, this went on for the entirety of the year 2021
Thank you for sharing.
and into 2022. And, you know, you sit here and you tell us, you know, you're willing to be on a bracelet again. Well, you know, it didn't matter a damn bit to you when you were out on probation and you were on a bracelet before. You left the state without permission repeatedly. So, you know, I just want to make sure you understand that the game has changed, you know, when we talk about parole.
Yes, ma'am.
Uh-huh. And, you know, if you don't want to comply, don't waste our time.
We'll never waste your time.
Well, you were wasting probation's time.
I mean, not necessarily. It was a lot of things that happened during that time that
Well,
made me
it
think
doesn't appear that you used the parole, the probation officer to help you with any of those things because you just didn't report and you didn't go to group and you left the state.
I'm gonna say, I reported. I finished my AXE program. I reported. I did leave the state twice on accident, but not on accident. The first time wasn't
How
on
do you
accident.
leave Connecticut on accident?
I hate when that happens. I hate when I do that.
Jackson.
As a matter of fact, I'm not even in
When I was
Connecticut
in
right now.
Big E, I wasn't aware that the Big E was out of state until I got out of state. And the person I was in the car with ended up
Where
saying
were you
something.
born, Mr. Jackson?
I was born in New Haven, Connecticut.
Okay. And you've lived your whole life in Connecticut?
Yes, ma'am.
And you didn't know the Big E was in Massachusetts?
They're so no.
I never,
close
that was
by.
my first time going there, and I apologized sincerely to the probation officer once it happened. He told me I was okay, it was okay, just get back, and I did everything he asked.
I'm looking at 10 pages of you not doing everything that you were asked, sir. And you went to New Jersey and New York City. They didn't even have you going to Massachusetts.
New York City.
All right. Thank you, Madam Chair.
It's fine. We're ready to deliberate. So you started
Damn,
with
are they gonna let him
Mr.
go?
Jackson. So What are
they
your
gonna let him
thoughts?
go? Are they gonna let him go? I don't think so, but I don't know.
I really wish Mr. Jackson had prepared and presented better today. The discrepancies of what he was saying in his interview and then what he's saying here today, right down to the substance use, is concerning. With the programs that he completed, I would have liked to have seen a much more robust relapse prevention plan, and even an understanding of programming and CCAR out there. His choices out in the community and while on probation are very concerning. And, this would amount to about a year and a quarter on discretionary parole. And I think the higher level of supervision is potentially going to make all the difference in Mr. Jackson getting himself on the right path. And in the interests of public safety, I'd like to see the higher level of supervision that parole can provide. I'm very concerned about him.
Thank you, Ms. Turner. Mr. Cybulski?
Yeah, I agree. He
Thank you,
struggled
Snow.
a couple times to articulate himself. And it was concerning, but I do agree that he really doesn't have a very long criminal history, and I think parole could provide him some additional support that he maybe didn't have with probation in the past. So I would be in favor of granting parole today.
All right.
Thank you. I would just add that Mr. Jackson is 25. He's still so young and lots of maturing to do. But I have standard parole conditions. Are there any additional?
What up, Mark?
No.
I move that Javis Jackson 440757 be granted discretionary parole on or after today's date, January 22nd, 2025, with standard parole conditions. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, Mr. Jackson, congratulations. You've been voted to parole. We wish you the best of luck. You'll receive this in writing, sir. Utilize your probation and your parole officer as resources out in the community, sir. You have a lot of time remaining on your sentence, so you really do need to try to work with him or her as best you can. All right, you can ask the officer to please send the last guy in.
The last guy. Oh,
Appreciate
damn.
you, Les.
Hey, I'm gonna tell you this much. I'd rather let this guy out than the other that predator.
4075.
That was all bad. And I'm gonna tell you guys something that you guys might not be aware. Those type of offenses, they're not looked at as violent offenses. So that's why they don't treat this guy like they didn't treat them the same. They treat them a lot different because for whatever reason they say it's not violent. I say it's violent. Running up in somebody, that's violent to me. But for whatever reason, that's the way they set it up. Maybe because the people making the laws have those tendencies. So I don't know. You guys make the connections. You tell me. Yeah, so he got paroled.
We'll be right with you, Mr. Blair.
Next. All right, and welcome to You Have a Collect Call From. This is a live hearing from. This is live. A live
Go
call.
ahead and get started with your case.
Okay, never mind. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Officer Shamrock. Today is Wednesday, January 22nd, 2025, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. Following board members are present this afternoon, and by stating their names on the record, certified they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good afternoon, I'm panel member Barry.
Robert Cybulski.
Good afternoon, Levon player 412974.
Damn, what up,
Mr. Player,
player?
hold on one second. We're just waiting for panel member Turner.
All right, this is
No
player
problem,
right
no
here.
problem.
Player. Let's see, player. Anybody want to look up player
Sorry,
to see what kind
Officer
of
Shamrock, I thought she
charges
was
he
there.
got, or do you guys want to guess what kind of charges he got? Please do so. Drop a comment in the chat. Hey, what's up, Paula? How's it going? Welcome to You Have a Collect Call. Nikki MC4, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. And for those 30 of you that followed my second account, we're almost at 200. So hopefully within the next week or so, we're able to get to 1,000 subscribers. So I could have that as a backup. If you guys like, watching those streams, please to sub the second account. Like that, I'm able to go live again. If TikTok cuts the stream, you know, or bans my account. I also have a YT account. If you hit that on YT, I do 2 streams, so you could catch me on TT or YT, if you will. Hey, thank you, Snow. Highly appreciate it. Man, if I had money to pay you, I would, Snow. But I'm only making like 3 cents a stream, so. But anyhow, hey, I appreciate you guys.
The part of the script where we say our names, that we've read all the statutorily required documents. So you just need to say your name.
Nancy Turner.
Thank you, Snow.
Sir, please state your name and inmate number for the record.
My name is Levon Player, 412974.
Levon Player.
Hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Levon Player, inmate number 412974. He's serving a sentence of 8 years, execution suspended after 4 years, followed by 5 years probation for threatening birth and criminal possession of firearm, ammunition, and defense weapon. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of May 8, 2024. There is no victim report in this case. There is an accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed the following programs since his last hearing. Tier 2, anger management, voices, utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system. The offender's overall score in the SRT falls within a very high range of risk for recidivism. So this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole.
What do you do? I missed it. Anybody care to share?
I feel like I should be granted parole this time because I feel like I actually earned it and put in the work to reevaluate my life and reinvent myself. Last time I got denied, I was mad at everybody but myself. And it took me at least a month to realize that nobody made the choices but me. If I was never using marijuana in jail or even being disrespectful to certain CEOs and stuff like that, I probably would have been granted. I would have been granted it. So it took. I was mad at myself also because I let my family down. I came to jail with a woman that was pregnant that had been left out there for 2.5 years, 32 months. I missed out on the birth, the first year birthday, the second year birthday, and didn't deserve that. So this time, within these last 9 months, I took everything that I had in me to try to be a better person. And that took with not just sitting in the programs and just trying to get through them, but really seeing how can I implement these things I'm learning in my life to be a better person for not only me, but for my son. My parents are going through things. My father and his parents are going through things. And it was just like, I have to do something differently so my son won't feel the same pain that I feel. And that just started with me listening more, following the simple jail instruction rules, not running to marijuana because I'm going through family problems or because I'm panicking with certain things, learning the real way to control myself and my feelings without just smoking them away or thinking that they're just going to be numb for a certain amount of hours. It's not fair for me. It wasn't fair to my son. And I just want to be a better role model for him. I didn't have a great role model. I've been through DCF. I come from
Mr. Player, this is a rehear for you. And you talked about you're being denied initially and being angry. While I'm happy that you were able to participate in the programs, our records indicate that you were not able to comply with the disciplinary infraction piece. So all of this change that you're discussing, that you're talking about, is very difficult for us to agree when you haven't been able to follow the rules.
Are you talking? Excuse me. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Are you talking about the disciplinary report of the security tampering?
You had one in June. Yes, I do see one in April too, that it looks like it was deferred. And then you had another one in November that was dismissed. Process failed. I don't really know what that means.
To be honest with you, the one in November got dismissed because they found out that it wasn't me. I take full accountability for the DR in June, and that's what that was for me making a 3-way phone call to a family member. I understand that I wasn't supposed to be making 3-way phone calls on the phone. It wasn't to anybody that I have any type of contact with. I'm not supposed to have contact with, but I was just really trying to get in touch with a family member.
But why would you do that? Why would you do that? You had just had a parole hearing. They told you no DRs. They told you that. So that phone call was worth your receiving. You're not receiving discretionary parole.
Damn, they're sweating a damn three-way.
I can't make no excuses for that action. I take full accountability. You're absolutely right. I tried my hardest from the day that I made that mistake to now, to not get into any more trouble. That's why both of them DRs that I caught after that got dismissed. I tried but like I said, I cannot sit up here and make excuses or try to come up with a lie about I shouldn't have made that phone call. I should not have made that phone call.
A DR, it's a write-up.
So, Mr. Player, you've been before the board before. You know how this works. It wasn't my turn to ask questions, but you were going on and on about all of this change, and all the while you were, being caught up, or your name was being submitted for tickets because of you're not following the rules. So thank you for your explanations and accepting responsibility for your actions. And now we are going to start with the question part. If that's okay with you? You're right with that? All right.
Thank you.
Mr. Cybulski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
So I know you already had a parole hearing for these offenses. I wasn't involved in that. So I have some questions about the original offense. We'll just go through that. So yes. Why were you carrying a gun when you weren't supposed to have one?
To protect myself. Why else?
To be honest with you, I'm gonna keep it full honest.
$150.
If I'm gonna get denied, I just got to be at least honest with you. I was carrying a gun with me to protect myself during the environment that I was in. I know I'm not supposed to have no firearms. I wasn't trying to hurt nobody with the firearm. And everything that I've been trying to do now is to move. I moved. I'm not even going back to New Haven. If I'm able to make a parole to change places, people and things. And I had a firearm just for protection. I know I'm not supposed to have it. And I can't make no excuses on why I did that, why I had it. I just know that I know right from wrong. I shouldn't have it. I will not have any more firearms. And I'm not even in an environment where I need to have a firearm. I don't have no problems with nobody in the town that I'm going to. If I'm able to go there, I don't have no beef or no anything. So that's where I'm at right now.
Okay. And I appreciate your honesty. That's what we want. I mean, we're just trying to get answers to understand what was going on at the time. You said that was for your protection, because it sounds like where you were at might have been a dangerous place in your mind. I mean, there's no guarantee, how life is going to go, where you're going to end up. You could end up somewhere where you feel unsafe again. But the bottom line is that because of your record, you're not legally able to possess a firearm. You understand that? Regardless of how safe you feel or unsafe you feel, whatever, just can't. That's part of you now. You're not going to be able to ever do that. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
In your initial interview before the first hearing with the parole officer, you described a typical day as I wake up, get high, and go out and sell what? That's what you said. So can you describe what a typical day will be like now when you get out?
I'm part of the William Outlaw program. I have to go there at least 3 to 4 times a week. They help me get jobs, they help with training, and they help you get financial aid. So I'm trying to go to Porter and Chester to be an electrician. Right now, my child's mom, she's helping me get into therapy so I can work on my anger, work on letting know some of the things that I had trauma with growing up with my parents leaving me, abandoning me, going through seeing people die in front of me and stuff like that. So
I'm not sure what happened.
And then also when I was home, I didn't have no responsibilities. I didn't have a kid. Now every single day it's a priority for me to call my kid. And just seeing him as a baby and getting the visits and she's pregnant, and now I'm on the phone and I'm like, how you doing? And he's like, I'm doing amazing. It's like, this little boy is counting on me. So it's just, everything is to his best interest now. Just going out and selling bud. I mean, every single choice that I make, voices taught me that I'm not the only person affected. The person that I pointed the gun with was affected. My son is affected. Everybody around me is also affected. So most typical days with me is about making good choices so I won't affect my son or affect myself or anybody around me.
Right. His name is Playa. Playa.
I read some
Can you hear
information
me,
about
Blair?
you having an issue with Percocet when you were in the community.
Ooh,
and I see you completed tier 2.
Not the perks.
Have you thought about how you're going to remain drug-free and sober when you're in the community?
Yes, I have a whole pamphlet on NA classes where people I have seen from who came outside the world to come here have made me feel comfortable to go to more classes when I get home to continue staying sober. I come from addictive. Both of my parents are addicts. Both of my grandparents are addicts. So I feel like no matter how strong I think I have, it's always great to have more support and still continue to go to them classes to stay sober and keep continue climbing that mountain of sobriety.
Okay. Have you attended an NA class in the facility?
I just got here, but I was attending NA and AA in Cheshire.
Okay, you were? All right. And do you know where the classes like that are held in the community where you want to go to live?
Yes, they have the 2 towns the one town I'm going to is in Waterbury. I have a pamphlet going AA classes in Waterbury.
Okay. All right, good. So on the day of this incident with the rifle, you were in a car, you drove there to the victim's house and then back to your apartment, and the police found the rifle in the car and so forth. What's the status of your driver's license?
I wasn't even supposed to be driving at that time. I shouldn't even been behind the wheel because I don't even have my license. Right now,
go ahead.
Right now, one of my main goals before I even could step into a car driving is to be able to get my license. And that's not only for me, but for my son, because my baby moms need help with getting him back and forth to daycare and all that. And I'm not trying to get a risk of injury or another charge for
So this is like, we talk about like risky situations for you that's going to put you back into custody, right? Driving is one of them. If you have no driver's license and you're a recognizable person, people are probably, I don't know, you say you're going to a different place, right? You're not going back to where you were?
Yes.
Right. Just driving and getting stopped and getting a ticket is going to put you in jeopardy of landing back inside. So you have to be very cautious. And I hear that in your voice saying that you understand that that's a problem. But it's going to create challenges for you, for your family, because you can't drive, So you need to work on that and figure it out, But for the time being, you're not going to be able to drive, Yeah,
I definitely understand what you were saying. And these are talks that I have with my family, and they not to say that like I'm not going to be there for my son, but they got family support to help him drive back and forth. So it's not important. It's not going to be, I'm not making it a priority for me to get jeopardized for bringing him back and forth to daycare that can lead me back in jail. I can help with other things as in babysitting in the house, playing them at a park, but right then and there, I already knew that could be a big problem. And I talked about that with my family.
Okay. So it looks like you have a sponsor now.
Yes.
And can you talk about that? What's your plan for your release? Where are you going to work and live?
Last time, I haven't, to be honest with you, when I went to parole in May, but Zoodles and the City Line Distributors was going to take me back. Right now, only one that's going to take me back is Amazon. They're going to take me back. The way Outlaw has have a couple of jobs for me that's willing to accept me, but I have to do the training for it now.
All right, so you think that you have something set up with Amazon, you feel comfortable with that?
Yes.
Have you thought about how you're gonna get back and forth from where you're gonna live at to where Amazon
With the
is
Amazon
at?
truck.
Yes, my family has 3 cars. Long as they said I'm helping and giving them money out my check and helping with the bills, they have no problem making sure I get there.
This is public information. Yes, it is.
And then I just want to hear more about the outlaw program that you talked about and the paperwork I received and what you mentioned here. I'm not that familiar with that, so I'd like to hear more about what that's about and how you plan to use that to make
This is live, yes.
a good reintegration into the community.
Orale.
Well, the man who runs the program is William, and he's been a person I looked up to since I was a kid. He's been incarcerated before, and he makes you feel comfortable with his story of how he changed, how when nobody thought he could change, when everybody gave up on him, he makes you feel like you still able to change. When you feel like you're giving up on yourself, he makes you feel like you're able to change. And that comes with him working with the state of Connecticut. He has a lot of outlets that whatever role that you're trying to take in a career, he's able to help you get into that role. And he's going to he pushes me. Like when I felt like giving up after after I got denied and I called him, he said, it's not over. You're young. The journey is not over. You still have a chance to do for your son. You can't give up now. Whatever dreams that you thought that you had, you still can achieve those dreams. Everything, you have to look in the mirror and own up to everything that you did. You can't hide in the closet no more. Once you own up to everything you did, you're able to move forward and change the next step. And that's what I've been doing. Like even with the tickets that she brought up, I can't sit up here and make excuses for that. I know I shouldn't have did it. I own up to it, and I'm trying to move forward from it. Even the charge that I have, I can't sit up here and make any excuses about it. I'm trying to own up to it and just be a better person. From the voices, the program I learned, the voices, it just shows how a victim can be traumatized, how a person can affect a person's life and stuff like that. So it just makes me look like I don't never want to make nobody feel that way. I don't never want to have my son being lonely again. I don't never want to be in a position where I'm causing the aggressor to somebody else, to where things could lead. This situation could have been, I'm blessed to have the situation I am. It could have been totally different. Somebody could have got hurt. I could be in jail for the rest of my life. So it just helps me look at a lot of things differently. And now that I have a son, it's like you can't make rational decisions and just go buck wild. You have to think there's somebody killing me that didn't ask to be here. So that just makes me look at things differently and try to move differently and try to, before I just run and jump and go pop a perk because I feel like life is not going my way. It helps me understand, talk to somebody, go to the NA. There's people that's going through the same thing that you're going through that pop perks for years, but now they've been 19 years clean. And just don't be afraid. My main thing was being afraid to speak up about what I'm going through and thinking that I can handle it all by myself when there's people out here that you can help from, that is willing to help you and you can learn from. So that's just where I'm at.
Okay. Now, so the Outlaw program, that's the gentleman's name, William Outlaw, is that his name?
Yes.
Okay. And you have a way to contact him, say if you were struggling or something's going on, you have his phone number or a way
I have his personal phone number. I call him at least once every 4 days.
Okay. So when you're out in the community and you're having trouble or you're having a hard day, whatever it is, that's somebody you can call for support outside of your family.
Yes.
Okay. All right, sir. Those are all the questions I have right now. I'm going to pass on to my colleagues to see if they have any questions for you.
Thank you, Mr. Cybulski. Ms. Turner?
Well, Mr. Blair, it's good to see you again.
Thank you. I wish I could have been seeing you somewhere else, not locked up.
Yes, but you turned it around. Your disappointment, your frustration with the decision last time, and you dug in and you've done some important work to position yourself to be successful. I'm glad to hear that you have aspirations to develop a trade. I think that's a good investment of your time for you and your son. I wish you would, you took a parenting program the last time before we saw you, right?
Yes.
Okay. So you know that taking care of your own kids isn't babysitting. It's called parenting.
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay. All right. Because you mentioned babysitting. And I wanted to make sure you understood when you're the father, it's called parenting.
That's right.
Yes.
For sure.
Okay.
For sure.
All right. Have you had any contact with Gerard?
Nah, no, ma'am. Haven't heard. To be honest with you, I haven't even heard from him. Don't know where he's at. Don't know what he's doing. Nothing.
Okay. Well, you're going back to New Haven. I want to make sure that you
I'm
have
not going
no
back to
intention. Your sister-in-law's in New Haven.
Nah, the one I'm not going back there because of that reason. She knows I'm going to Waterbury. I'm going to my wife's mother-in-law, my mother-in-law house, my wife's mom's house in Waterbury.
Your wife's mother would be your mother-in-law.
Yeah, my mother-in-law. Yeah, I had a tongue twister there. I was gonna go back to New Haven, but talking to William, talking to people around me, he said it's just best that you don't even. It's hard to go back to the same place and think that you're gonna do differently. He said just go somewhere else.
It is. Okay. So, if we tell you can't have any contact with Mr. Gerard, you're not going to have a problem with that. Gerard Sr.?
No, ma'am.
All right. And the next time your friend asks you to hold some guns for them, what do you say?
Hell yeah. No. What's up? Where they at?
All right.
Shoot him.
I wish you much success going forward, sir. Keep your focus. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So give us a few minutes to talk about your case, sir.
Hey, so what do you think? What do you think? They're going to let him go or not? What's up? So, this is I can't tell.
Has,
bang, bang.
Completed the programs.
Shoot him. How are you going to turn them down, man? You're in that lifestyle. You can't turn him down.
After his last parole hearing, but it was non-violent in nature. He took responsibility for it, explained what had happened. And he was able to articulate today how he wants to be different and wants to do better and be a better role model for his family and his son. And he rates out very high. He's got 5 years of probation to follow. And today I'm in favor of granting his discretionary parole.
Oh, he's going. He might has a chance.
Thank you.
If he gets 2, he's out.
I was not on the prior panel, and I did not like the nature of his defense.
She doesn't like guns.
And looking back over his history, that was also concerning. I know that when he had his discretionary parole hearing at his last hearing, it said he had 19 tickets, but case note says that he got received 22.
22
so
is like
some
TI.
Discrepancy going on there. So, I mean, the fact that he rates out high, he didn't do what the last panel asked him to do. And I mean, he did in terms of programs, but with a history like his, I think in knowing what's at stake to continue to make poor decisions that could jeopardize your freedom, in my opinion, it exemplifies poor decision making. So I would not support Mr. Player discretionary parole. I really do believe that his rating out very high risk is concerning in terms of public safety. So,
all right, we're 1-1. We're 1-1 right now.
Well,
tiebreaker.
Mr. Player is still
Mr.
young.
Player.
These offenses were now
2 years,
4 years ago, or
sorry,
on 4 years.
1 yes, 1 no.
And I appreciate your concern about the non-compliance regarding not getting any disciplinary,
Room
but
22.
as Mr. Szyzowskis pointed out, this was 1 month after his denial, and he talked to us about, it taking a while for the denial to be a wake-up call to put in the work, to reinvent himself, as he said. And I'd like to give him the opportunity for about a year, a little over a year of discretionary parole supervision before he begins probation.
Can he
That's
hear
my vote.
them? Yeah, he can. He can.
Thank
Just
you
like we
very
could hear,
much. What
he could hear.
conditions would you guys like to add?
So it looks like he's getting a. Thank you for the
I
share,
had no
King Mama.
driving due to the reckless driving I was suspended from 2022. I'd like to add a halfway house in the event that the situation,
He could hear them. Yes.
doesn't go well at the mother-in-law's, or he wears out his welcome early. And I have 3 general no contacts.
And who are they?
One, he has a standing criminal protective order, initials FO.
FO.
This was who he threatened.
Yeah, I have that.
Ask him where his
Okay.
pew pew.
Gerard Sr., who asked him to hold the guns, and
Oh yeah, the gun. holder.
Chazette Profile.
Let me hold.
I
Let me
don't,
hold.
what's Gerard
me hold
Senior's
one.
first name?
Gerard, it's Senior is the last name.
Oh, okay, okay,
Hey, what's up, Cece
okay, that was right.
or Ceci?
All right. So with
Thank you for the
regards
follow.
to,
Can I ask 2 questions?
For sure.
Are you do you guys are you allowing me to go to my mother-in-law's house in Waterbury or no?
Whoa, hold
Yes.
up there, cowboy.
Do you know why Chazette Provite is a no contact?
it's a general no contact, but Ms. Turner,
She was there at the scene. She was the female in the apartment with her son back in 2021.
Okay, no problem.
Is that your mother-in-law?
Nah, it's just an old friend. I just wanted to make sure.
Wait, what?
She didn't.
It was a vehicle. Yeah.
Yeah,
It
yes,
was,
yes,
yeah.
yes.
Yeah, they're gonna let him go.
with regard to Levon Players 412974, I move to grant discretionary parole on or after today's date, 1/22/25, with the following conditions. In addition to the standard parole conditions, you are not to operate a motor vehicle without the parole officer's permission. You are to have no contact with initials F, like Frank, O, like operator, in which there's a standing protective order. You are to have no contact with Gerard Sr. or Shazette
Within a day or 2.
Provat. Is there a second?
Do we want to add the halfway house?
Oh, in the halfway house, just in case it's needed. Thank you. I skipped over.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Nay. So this is a majority decision.
Yes.
Which means on the dissent. And Mr. Player, you'll receive all of this in writing, sir. I do wish you the best of luck.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Goodbye.
This concludes the hearing for Levon Player, inmate number 412974.
Players getting out.
Okay. Thanks, Nancy.
All right, guys. So this was the
Hey,
the
Bob,
last.
I might not see you before Friday, so I wish you much success.
Okay, thank you very
Success.
I'm sure you'll make us.
All right, they just cut it. Okay, so this was going to be the last hearing as far as Connecticut. Hey, I do appreciate you guys. So if you haven't done so, please do so. Hit that subscribe button. If you're on TikTok, I'm about to cut the stream. If you're on YouTube, I'm gonna start another stream from Connecticut because they had 2 hearings today. Hey, thank you. I really appreciate that road trip. And if you're on TikTok, I would suggest for you to jump over on YouTube, check it out. I do have another stream going on from Utah. The Utah stream will probably be running until 4:00. I won't be on actively participating in it just because. Hey, thank you, Rosie. I gotta go ahead and install this sink and these faucets that I bought yesterday. If not, my wife is not gonna let me stream anymore. So what's the YouTube name? So the YouTube is gonna be right here. It's the same. They're all the same. At Collect Call From. I also have a second account that I'm trying to get up to 1,000 subscribers. If you guys could go ahead and help me out, just in case this account then I could continue. I could go ahead and continue streaming, if you will. Right now, we're about 180 subscribers. I opened it up on Saturday, so hopefully, we could get that over to 1,000 or 1,000. Wow, you know what I'm saying? Highly appreciate you guys. Whenever I'm on, I try to do these daily, Monday through Friday. Early in the morning. I normally get up about what is it, like 6 a.m. in the morning. I start these streams. Sometimes I don't get on until a little bit later on TikTok, just because I got other things that I got to do before I jump on these streams. And not then I gotta hear some stuff that I don't want to hear, so I just take care of that stuff, and then I'm all in the clear, and I could stream as long as I want to between like 8 o'clock in the morning to 2 p.m. Let me see what else. Shout out to everybody that watched today, anybody that sub today, anybody that shared, anybody that sent me any little hearts, corazones. Hey, I appreciate all of that. If you're just watching, participating in the chat, all of that helps us grow. It's getting us to the FYP. Today we hit 300 and something, which is, man, it's warm. It's heartwarming, to say the least, if you will. Hey, Misty, thank you. Have a good day. For sure. I'll probably be back later on. We're going to do some Arizona, Maricopa County court cases, initial hearings. Also, we're going to be doing Pima County. So definitely make sure you got the alert set up. When you see me go live, jump on board and just share it. Highly appreciate it. Like I said, it's the community here. You guys are the ones that are going to make this happen. I could only start these streams, but it's totally up to you guys, to engage and make all that magic happen in the background, make it come on in the algorithm. Also, check out my profile on TikTok and comment on some videos, repost if you can, it'll definitely help us grow. I do a little bit of everything. I do phone calls from prison. I do video visits. I do releases. I do all of that good stuff, when it comes to the realm of criminal activity, the before and after, so if you're wondering, why people end up in prison, you might get a little insight right there. Hey, what's up, Thumper? James, it's over. Yeah, that was it. We've been on for a while already. I think I started at 6 a.m. So it's already, so it's about three and a half hours. But like I said, I do have other streams going on YouTube. So, hey, if you want to jump on, I highly appreciate it. And for that, that'll be it. I'm gonna go ahead and restart on the second Connecticut stream on YouTube. So, hey, thank you, Sassy. Highly appreciate it. And with that being said, life's like a candle. Once you blow it out, it's lights out. And with that, we're out. Hey, gracias, user. I know your name starts with a Y, and I know I mispronounced it last time, and I don't remember what it is, but hey, gracias. Highly appreciate it. All right. And with that being said, I'm out. A rato. Lights out. All right. And for those of you that are on YouTube, I'm going to go ahead and shut it down right now. And then give me like about 2-3 minutes and I'll go ahead and get the other hearing from Connecticut going. All right. Really appreciate M-Star Media, Johnny, Bless One, Mad Max 40, Ocho, Josh. Let me see who else do we got in here. We got Laura. And was that it? I think you guys were the ones that were participating in the chat the most. So highly appreciate you guys. Hell yeah, un chingo de gracias. If you don't understand that, hey, thank you a lot. All right. And with that being said, I am out.